Okay, check 1 2, check 1 2, testing, testing. Please let me know how it looks in the chat. Let me know how it sounds. Let me know if it's live or if I'm talking to myself. But I am excited for the stream tonight. We are going to be discussing a similar topic to last week because I've been going on a Bernardo Kastrup binge a little bit. What's up, memes of destruction? How's it going? But this is, I think, a topic that I think is very important for people to start discussing as idealism, essentially, or basically idealism, becomes, or idealistic theories, or theories that lean more idealistic, you could say, which really means theories that place sentience as fundamental, or consciousness as fundamental. As they become more mainstreamed and more accepted, it's important that we get that as right as we can, or at least as much of us get it as right as we can. I'm trying to be as impeccable with my word here as possible, because that's what we're really getting into. Is there are certain things and differences that can be stated between Sentient Singularity Theory and Analytic Idealism, or Pantheism, or Panpsychism, or this version of Panpsychism, this versus this version of Panpsychism, Pantheism versus Panentheism, Polytheism versus Monotheism versus just what is Theism. All of these things, these differences are actually critical. They're not trivial. They're incredibly critical. If you don't realize that they're critical, then you don't actually understand yet why. I would say you do not understand how important it is to get things right at the fundamental level, because it's like a foundation of a house. If you get the foundation wrong, your entire frame will be lopsided, and then eventually it all falls down. It might take time, but eventually it all falls down. So everything has to be built on a solid foundation. Everything has to be level. Everything has to be square. It's not just really a metaphor. It's actually it's like super literal what I'm saying, because language is constructive. That actual language is constructive. It is taking pieces of information and combining them to make new pieces of information, and changing their context to add new pieces of information. And so it's always building on something. Sometimes I wonder, what was the first word? Like, maybe it was me. I've thought about this a couple times. It's like, because I've thought about what's going to be my daughter's first word, other than like, yeah, and dada. I guess yeah is probably her first word. It is her first word. Other than like a name like dada and mama. Her first word was yeah. And it's funny because it started off as da, 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 da. And then now it's tia. And my wife and I make fun of it all the time because it's just cute. And then it's going to be eventually yes. I feel like a lot of babies or toddlers, their first word might be no, but maybe not, because yes is an affirmative statement. So I don't know, you can build on an affirmative statement. I don't know how you build on a negative. A topic for another day, but I am working on a video about development, and I'm waiting to publish it until my daughter says her name for the first time, like very well, and she understands, like, if I'm like, what's your name? She's like, Juliana. That'll be the end of the video. But this is, language is a constructive thing. Constructing a theory is a constructive thing. Doing a mathematical proof is a constructive thing. Writing code is a constructive thing. It's all linguistic. All information is linguistic, and it is all constructive, or it is going to eventually just decay away, and it's not stable. So trying to get the foundations right, very important. And we are going to talk about Bernardo Kastrup again, because Analytic Idealism while it has very similar aspects of it to sentient singularity theory, and many of them, it also has the foundations radically different. So different that you can't be more different, actually. I think that there was really only 2 degrees of freedom that you can have, and I think that they are divided on that. They're as divided as people think analytic idealism is from, material physicalism, but in reality, those are closer, I think, in some ways, to actually sentient singularity theory is to analytic idealism in the fundamentals, and that's critical. It's not just important, it is critical, which means it's defining. So this is the video that we're going to be discussing. By the way, please hit the like button if you like this channel, and if you find me funny or whatever, please hit the like button, it helps. This is the video that we're going to be discussing right here. Is consciousness the final reality? You could also rephrase that and say, is consciousness the initial reality? But questioning the material universe. This is an interview of Bernardo that was done by Natalia Vorontsova, I think. I hope I'm pronouncing that halfway decently. I don't think I am, but I apologize. And she does a great interview. She asks very interesting questions, I think, that are not exactly the same as I've seen from other interviews with Bernardo. So I wanted to talk about it. And I don't normally like to talk about the same person's work or comments multiple streams in a row, but sometimes there's a lot of important things that they say. Sometimes even the things that I differ with them on are important to talk about. But as I've said on here before, everybody who I discuss, I have respect for, and I think that analytic idealism is still a step in the right direction. And Bernardo is welcome on here anytime, as is anybody who I discuss their work. And my, universal disclaimer is, I don't agree with anyone on everything, but I agree with everyone on something. I'm starting to get it. I'm starting to memorize it. It's written in the description of my videos now, but I always mess it up every time I'm live. So that's first, but it's important to know. All right. Please hit the like button, and we will show the first clip.
So the first question I have is, according to your theory of analytic idealism, the fundamental nature of reality is mental. Many people find it a challenging concept to grasp, especially concerning inanimate objects. So, for example, Pauli Andersen from Denmark writes to us, I quote, "I still struggle to completely comprehend the notion that nature outside our private experiences is mental. Is the stone on the beach mental in itself? Or has it got the potential to be mental, for instance, in the meeting with a little boy, measuring the stone by picking it up and throwing it into the sea?" End quote. So in other words, does inanimate matter somehow acquire mental states by being observed or measured, if you will, by a conscious being like a little boy? Or is everything inherently mental? And if so, how?
The point is that everything is inherently mental. That's the basic starting point of analytic idealism. To give you an intuition of plausibility for that, think of your brain. Your brain is very material, right? You can weigh it, you can slice through it. It's made of the same kind of atoms that the rest of the physical universe is made of. And there is carbon, there is nitrogen, there is oxygen, same kind of atoms, some of them you're breathing right now. And yet, it is how your mental inner life appears to observation. Your mental inner life looks like a brain from the perspective of someone else. So behind this very concrete materiality, we know that at least in the case of the nervous system of human beings, behind that, underlying that concrete materiality is just mental states. Your sorrows, your desires, your regrets, your feeling of hunger, the redness of a strawberry, the sweetness of the strawberry when you eat it, and that all appears to others in the form of very concrete matter. So under analytic idealism, the same holds for everything, including the inanimate universe. Otherwise, we would have a sort of artificial boundary in nature. So under analytic idealism, all matter is just like the matter of the brain. It's the extrinsic appearance. It's what mental states look like when we observe them. In and of themselves, those states are not material. How do we make sense of this? Think of the dashboard metaphor. You are in an airplane. The airplane has sensors. It makes measurements of the sky, the clouds outside, and those measurements are presented to the pilot in the form of dial indications on a dashboard. If the plane is not flying around the sky, there are no dashboard representations, but the sky is still there, right? So under analytic idealism, matter is a dashboard representation. When there are no planes flying around, in other words, when there are no living beings looking around, there is no matter, because matter is a dashboard representation. You need a dashboard to have a dashboard representation. But the thing that is represented, the sky, the clouds, that is always there, whether you're flying around in a plane or not, whether there is a dashboard or not. So under analytic idealism, the world as it is in itself is mental. Physicality is what that mental world looks like to us when we observe it, when we represent it in our internal dashboard. And then we get the material universe. The brain is a dashboard representation of a human being's inner life. We know that in our guts. We know that somehow correlated with that brain, very material brain, 3 pounds of gray and white, gray matter and different tissues correlates the entire inner life of a person, a universe.
Close to what I would say, but not exactly. I say this often, is that you are a mind, you have a brain, or you perceive that you have a brain. Your brain is the entanglement point of a bunch of strings of information that is your mind, that is also your body. There is no difference between your body and your mind. Your body is what you perceive as it is the physically observed part of your mind, but it's not an entire representation of a person's inner life. Your brain is not an entire representation of a person's inner life. While it does allow, if you're scanning it the right way and things like that, you can see certain signals that correlate to, certain inner feelings and things like that, because it is the entanglement point of strings of information. But I don't know how far I would go to say it is the entirety of it represents the entirety of a person's inner life. I don't think that memories are in the brain. I think in your brain, impacting the brain is to impact the strings of information that make up you, and what that can mean is it might change your ability to access certain memories, but I don't believe that you can actually even erase memories from the universe. Kind of fundamentally, they're not stored in the brain. So if they're not stored in the brain, they're not really represented entirely by the brain, if that makes sense. I think that's probably the best example to describe what I'm saying, is that your memories are nowhere to be found in your brain. And if they're not, and your memories make up you, which they do, they are just historical instances of informational excitation, in the cosmic self-aware chain of that is you. And that is it does exist in that chain. That information, it does exist. It's woven into causality, but it's not stored in your brain. I don't believe at all. So this is very important, because you hear a lot of people, even like Sarah Walker was like, I'll interchangeably use brain and mind a lot, and I don't really know what the difference is. And, working on it or something, she said at a talk at Mindfest a few years ago. And, it was very honest. At least she recognized that there's like a need to kind of address this, this issue. But there's also, a confusion that will happen if you don't get it right. And so the best way that I've described it is, you are a mind, you have a brain. I don't even know how exactly true that is. We could probably make it even more exact, but for the sake of just now, simplicity's sake, and getting further on this, I think that's accurate enough for now. But this when he says that everything is mental, and he's talking about this dashboard, which we talked about in the last stream, this metaphor is not the best metaphor, even though I understand why it's helpful. It's like saying, it's like asking, are we in a simulation? But it's actually even the wrong question. It's like, are we in is our world running on a technological substrate in a preceding verse, essentially, but if you're real, it's real. So And if you say it's a simulation, it kind of implies it's not real. And so and there's no reason to think that, because you only need to look inward to know whether or not it's real. You don't need to go and look outward. It doesn't matter if it's running on the desktop, a quantum desktop of, some alien being in a previous universe. What matters, which I don't believe is happening, but we're probably running on a technological substrate according to Sentient Singularity Theory, but it's not a desktop, of some alien being playing Sims 2000. But that's what people think of when they hear simulation. So that's why, while it's a helpful metaphor to just say, to get people to think of us being on a computer program, you could also just say, or ask the question, are we basically, is our universe created, on a technological substrate in a preceding universe? You get to just ask that. And it just is much more specific. But I understand why ideas take off in culture as kind of these memes that are highly relatable to people who already can recognize the concept that's being, stated, like a simulation or like a dashboard. But if you're like, well, we're running on a technological substrate, it just, you need more context for it to be catchy. But it is much more specific and true and accurate. So I think that it's important to try and avoid metaphors to just as kind of like technical descriptions, but I understand their use. But when he says it's all mental, though, and that when you don't look, their dashboard doesn't exist, but the sky does. The question is, what does that mean? Like, what is the sky that still exists? And this is where I think analytic idealism falls apart, even though I suspect that he would have an answer, which would be like, mind or consciousness or something like that. That's not wrong. We'll get to why it's still, as you dive deeper, I don't think that it remains coherent. But yeah, I mean, it seems like it makes sense, but the more you try and or examine it, the more it kind of like falls apart, because you don't have a foundation there, even though it's what he's saying isn't really necessarily wrong. It's just not built on a fundamental foundation, even though it seems like it is, because it's more fundamental of a foundation than, physicalism alone. That's definitely true. So it's tough to explain this stuff sometimes, because when something doesn't have a foundation but it's like due to the issues that I would say are kind of inherent to Bernardo's description of what he thinks is the nature of the big C conscious universe, which I would say is call God, but is that there's so much that he gets that is correct about what he's saying that I'm not going to disagree with at all. But when you go and you try and think about, okay, well, what does that really mean in this context? What is the dashboard referencing? What is still there when nobody's looking? If consciousness is fundamental and ideas are, in a mind or in a consciousness is, what is being represented or thought of as fundamental in analytic idealism, but yet something still exists when no one's looking, it's hard to kind of have that hold up, even though, like I said, I know he would say consciousness and mind, but he would also say that it's not a person, that it's not self-aware, and or it has no goals and things like that, and that's where it kind of falls apart. Spoiler alert. But here is the next clip. He's going to talk about AI. 5 times 5.
What are we here for, if for any purpose at all? Is each of us merely an instantiation of a wider consciousness, whose sole purpose is to experience itself or enjoy itself in different formats, end quote. In other words, how do you see the purpose, our purpose here, and life in general?
So the best I can do is offer a guess, because strictly speaking, we don't know whether there is a purpose. And analytic idealism is a naturalist philosophy, meaning it acknowledges that nature does what it does spontaneously, not through the external intervention of a divinity outside nature. So nature does what it does because nature is what it is. It has certain intrinsic dispositions that lead to regularities that we call gravity, electrostatic attraction, the regularities that we call the laws of nature. So it is conceivable that there is no purpose, that everything that is happening is simply the expression of the natural archetypes of universal consciousness, or to say the same thing in other words, is simply the expression of the laws of nature, the play of what is. So that would be the more conservative answer. Now, if you ask me personally, not under analytic idealism, but personally, if I use my intuitions, if you look at the history of the universe from 13.8 billion years ago until now, at least the part that we know, and what happened on this planet since 4.5 billion years ago, very quickly after the Earth cooled, the Earth was a ball of lava in the beginning, very quickly after the crust cooled, life appeared. The Earth formed 4.5 billion years ago, life was around 4 billion years ago. It's incredibly quick. And then we observe that life has penetrated every conceivable environment on this planet. We find life wherever we look, even in extremely inhospitable environments of crushing pressure, dissolving acidity levels, melting temperatures. We still find life. Environments with no light, we still find life. There seems to be a big push in nature towards this thing we call life. It pops very quickly and goes everywhere. And what is the apex of life on Earth? Well, it's us. And what characterizes us as the apex of life on Earth? What enabled us to sort of take control of the entire planet, or at least try to? It's metacognition, the ability to reflect, the ability to be self-aware, to deliberate, to ponder, to contemplate. My cats can't do that kind of contemplation. They don't walk around asking themselves what is the meaning of life and why nature is what it is. We do. So if I would risk an answer that is not conservative, but risk a hypothesis that I think is plausible, all indications are that nature's instinctive, spontaneous purpose is to develop the ability to self-reflect. And we are the means, we are the part of nature that can do that. We represent the first time that nature could look upon itself and take explicit account of itself and say, oh, this is what's happening. Is this good or is this bad? Nature achieved this through us after 13.8 billion years at unfathomable cost.
Okay, this is when I thought he was going to talk about AI for some reason, but this is actually better. It's a better transition to what we were discussing before, because this is where analytic idealism falls apart, and it's important to get terms right. And I say this as a disclaimer, like I might be misinterpreting some terms that he's using, because there are some terms that are tough and easy to use different ways, like nature. Like nature is what it is because it does what it does because it is what it is. It's like, first of all, yes, but how that doesn't tell us anything really. And it's what it seems to suggest, if that's all that you say, if that's all that you have to say about it, is that it's exactly the same as the materialistic narrative, and the idea that life itself, evolved, and the definition of life that he goes by is metabolism. He talks about it many times, which is something that I think is a terrible way of defining life. I think that you define life first person first. You say, okay, am I alive? Yes. I know I'm alive. I don't just appear to be alive from the outside, or appear to not be alive from the outside. I have an inside view of myself, and even to some degree, almost an outside view. You can, look at yourself in the mirror and, see videos of yourself and things like that. And my wife took videos of me all morning mowing the lawn, and it's like, then you get to see yourself. It's always. And it's such an interesting thing, because for so long people actually couldn't do that. They had to imagine it. And until very recently, with smartphones and things like that, it was rare that you saw yourself. Now we constantly see ourselves. I wonder how much that impacts us. But it's but when we're trying to define life, we should be like, well, I'm alive, and what does that mean for me? And what would it mean for me to not be alive? And the answer is, you should think about it, but I think that the answer is, well, I would not be sentient. I would not have awareness of anything really. But if you have awareness at all, then you have self-awareness and awareness of those around you, unless you are God before creation of multiplicity of sentience, because then there's no one else to be aware of but yourself. But if you, other than that one instance, to be aware is to be aware of others and self, for the most part, I would say. And certainly to be aware of things that are you and of yourself, and also that which is beyond you. I want to say that, at least, including beings and, the perception of things, which really means the perception of information that doesn't come from you and can't be just overridden by your own will, without contention, physical contention, to maintain coherence as you make changes. And so this is this right here really, when you define your life as sentience, and you look at sentient singularity theory, then there is no beginning of life. Existence has always been sentient, and so therefore is alive, and has always been alive, and always will be alive, and cannot not be alive, because it's someone that is aware of themselves. And if it's someone that's aware, if someone is aware of themselves and someone is someone, then I don't know how you would argue that they're not alive. And if you did, then you're using a definition of life that's very specific and not what most people really think of when they say the word life, even though they say, well, it's the ability to metabolize, or it's made of cells and it has the ability to metabolize, or it has the ability to, consume and excrete and metabolize, and it's made of cells and it can maneuver itself. And it replicates. It's like this. All of these are pretty arbitrary things, and I don't see why any one of them would be the definer of what it means to be alive, unless you're trying to define what life is from a third-person perspective by examining things that might be beings, but that might not be, and you don't know because you have no inner view of whether or not this structure has awareness, or is self-aware, or is sentient. Is one word that makes sense. If you say, oh, is self-aware, then it's like you have to qualify that as also aware of in general, or you say it's aware in general, and then you have to qualify it with self-aware. Sentient means self-aware and feeling. That's what it means. So to feel. I feel, therefore I am, is how sentient singularity theory would describe being, which is the same thing as life, and also the same thing as a mind. A mind is a being in sentient singularity theory, and I would say that means it's alive, unless you want to define life as life is sentience embodied in, and if it's not embodied in like a change space, you could say, in this interaction space, then it's not life. But the thing is like you need so much context to have that definition of life, and you don't need, you need additional context to have that definition. You need the sentient singularity theory's entire framework, versus to have a definition of being. Someone is alive, a being that has feelings and is aware is alive. You don't need any context to know that other than the context of your own self. And so I think that that's usually the best place to start describing it and defining it. But it does fit within the framework that you can later continue to build on in sentient singularity theory. But in analytic idealism, it's the same exact thing as physicality. He's just calling it mental structures, but instead of physical. But he's saying that physical is just the perception of mental structures or information structures that are beyond your internal information structures alone, your thoughts alone. And I agree with that. But what's the context of that if it's not within the mind of someone? And it doesn't seem to be able to be built upon in any kind of coherent way, because otherwise you would not be defining life as metabolism. and you wouldn't be focused on the fact that life evolved here after 4 billion years or something. I don't know what I was going to say there, 20 what, but 13 billion years, and then of the universe, and then 4 billion years on Earth. None of that really matters. In sentient singularity theory, the goal of sentient singularity theory was to describe the structures and processes that are beyond time, like sentience. And sentience is beyond space-time. It is beyond space-time. And space-time provides a context to the current moment of experience that any given sentient being is having, but it is not. Sentience exists beyond space and time. So, like, where is you? Where are you? Are you here in your pointer finger? Are you in your what's the pineal gland? Are you in there? Are you in a different part of the brain? Are you in your gut? I mean, none of that. There is no singular spot in the body, I believe, that entirely encapsulates you, which is kind of what Bernardo had said, kind of implied in the beginning, is that your brain encapsulates you. And this is a theory that I have about, which is, I don't even know if it will ever be possible, and I don't know how ethical it is to even try it, but in sentient singularity theory, I would bet that it's more likely, or it would make more sense, that if you traded brains with somebody, you would actually still keep your being, but you would like change your IQ maybe, and your talents, and things like that. Your just different aspects of your cognition, but just similar to if you got a heart transplant, you'd have a heart with different abilities, but it doesn't change you really. It's not, you're still there. And there are things about this idea that kind of still seem incomplete, but for the sake of just describing maybe what it would be the difference between what I'm saying and what a materialist usually would believe, is that they would state that if you traded brains, you would trade bodies instead of like cognitive talents. And I'm saying that you probably more likely that you would trade cognitive talents than you would trade bodies, which again, it's not really complete because we're talking about trading beingness in certain moments. But regardless, there were actually experiments that were like this, though, like the Russians did. The guy who invented the heart transplant, or did the first heart transplant, I think he cut the head off of a dog and he sewed it onto the body of another dog, and that dog had two heads for a while, which really means like it didn't really have two heads. There was just a head that was grafted onto the body of another animal, of another dog. It's like so gruesome, but there are like, interesting things about those types of experiments, but I'm not recommending them. But this when you say nature is what it is because it does what it does because it is what it is, it has no inner self-awareness, it has no goals, and that life is the result of billions of years of evolution, and there's possibly no purpose to life, to existence. And again, if sentience means if some life means sentience, not just embodied sentience within like a change space within the universe, then it's hard to argue that that sentience initially has any purpose. In fact, I would say that God, prior to the existence of multiplicity, was meaningless being, and that the meaning comes from an intentional goal. And this is what I was trying to get at before I got distracted, is that this is where analytic idealism, it just isn't complete. You can't. The reason why Bernardo doesn't have an answer to we don't know if we have a purpose, and basically he's implying that we don't. He might say that, oh yeah, our purpose is to know ourselves, but that arose through spontaneous processes with no direction and no goal. This is exactly the same argument as that a traditional physicalist would make, and the person, meaning someone who believes that sentience or consciousness is not fundamental to matter, and that matter is fundamental, or that consciousness emerged from matter, from inanimate matter. And when you have a being, though, when you have an initial being, an eternal being, that due to its nature of oneness, meaning its sentient existence itself, being definitionally one, it means that to change that in the world, which is what appears to have happened, because you exist and you definitely see boundaries to your being, which means there's multiplicity of mind. So if there's boundaries to your being and there's multiplicity of mind, then and existence was intrinsically, initially singular, and also by nature and by definition one, that means that it took an intentional action to come to where we are. Balls do not roll uphill. Logs do not drift upstream. You have to push them. And if you are by nature singular, and which sentience is, mind is, consciousness is, existence definitionally is, then it takes an intentional action to change that, because you're going against your nature. And what this does is this context is meaning. It is the explanation that makes it inevitable that there's meaning, because there's a hierarchy of being. We are inside this mind that chose to make us, and had a goal in doing so. If we just emerged from a soup of consciousness, or a soup of mud, it doesn't matter. It's still a soup that has no goals and has no intentions. And if there is no goals and no intentions, then there is no meaning. Like, that's what a meaning kind of stems from, is an intentional goal. I mean, if you got hit in the head, let's say randomness exists, and like there is no higher purpose from God or anything like that, but somebody gets, hit by lightning, and it truly is just random, like most materialists would probably believe. And I think analytic idealism would also seem to support that, that being just random and meaningless. But if that's the case, then in that, I forgot kind of where I was going with that metaphor, but like, there is no meaning to anything. There's no meaning to your existence if there's no goal. Like, there isn't. And the reason it's not that I forgot where I was going with it. I just realized that my metaphor didn't make sense. I don't know how to make it make sense, because it doesn't make sense. I'm trying to use a metaphor that like allows me to make sense of the nonsense, and that doesn't work, actually, even though I try it probably every single week. But you can't have meaning without intentionality and a goal. And it is entirely lacking. He says that nature is spontaneous. And here's the thing, in Sentient Singularity Theory, and I have to qualify this is what I meant by nature. When you mean nature, I need to know exactly what you mean in order to know exactly the extent of my disagreements and my agreements with Bernardo. But the thing is that from what Sentient Singularity Theory seems to suggest is that the rules of the universe, the laws of physics, are probably inevitable. They were not chosen by God. But making the universe, which really means making multiplicity of sentience, to be technical and specific and much more impeccable about like what's actually going on. When did require a choice. So making multiplicity within the oneness of sentient existence had to be a choice. But all the laws of physics that we perceive due to us being in a mind inside of this mind, and the information in their mind trumping our information and being their mind basically being our world that we can't just overrule, meaning like the information in that mind appears concrete to you. Even the information of your body that you perceive as your body is in the mind of the being that you're within. But in this context, all of that stuff emerges naturally due to the constraints of existence being intrinsically, definitionally one, and due to just certain mathematical constraints when it comes to establishing essentially like a stable partition, basically meaning like God has to, when he partitions his sentient beingness into multiplicity of sentience, he has to partition a specific amount that fits within him. If you could say that, essentially, if you think of like a balloon inside of a balloon, like the balloon inside the balloon needs to be smaller than the balloon that it's within. And there's within like the fundamental construction that is essentially the construction of multiplicity from singularity, there are very specific constraints about what that would basically dictate that process. God has constraints, but he also has choice. He had to choose to make the universe. He had no choice in the rules of it. That's what sentient singularity theory implies. And so Bernardo says, well, gravity is what it appears to be what it is because it's just inevitable. I would agree with that, but or at least I would agree with the rules of the universe or the laws of physics being what they are because they have to be that way. I would agree with that statement. But there doesn't have to be a universe for us to exist in. Like there does not. That is not a spontaneous. That did not arise into existence or manifest into existence or emerge within the mind of God spontaneously and without intention, without intentionality. And this is where sentient singularity theory and analytic idealism differ. And this is also why, like I said, he doesn't have an answer for what is the meaning of life, because this whole context doesn't allow you to even define life properly. And there's two different definitions you could use, but you have to pick one of those two. You cannot say metabolism. It doesn't work. That's not a definition that you can choose. Sentient singularity theory's mental models show that you can, there's always 2 degrees of freedom. So when you have a word and you are like, well, what can this word mean? We can make it mean whatever we want, That's not actually true. A word has 2 degrees of freedom and you can choose between one or the other in actual context. If you just come up with a sound and you're like, well, what is that going to mean? Well, you have no context that makes whatever you come up with coherent. And that's not how language works. And so when you can't really use that as an example of, well, words can mean whatever we think, whatever we want them to mean. That's not true. Words can only have meaning if they are able to convey meaning, meaning they have to be interpretable, which means they have to be informing, which means they have to be contextualized and contextualizing. They have to be context. Information is context. Words are context. They are contextualizing. They are context themselves as well. So they are the context. Every word is contextualizing of additional words and contextualized by other words. So it is context and contextualizing. But you could say, but this in an actual coherent framework where you're building on a language that already exists and you're trying to communicate with these words in a true fashion, there's really 2 definitions always that you can pick that are going to allow you to maintain coherence. One of them will allow you to build on the definition. The other one will be a dead end, but it still will allow you to maintain coherence. And so, like I said, if life, it can mean one of two different definitions. One of them is life means sentience, to be alive, or to be something that is part of life, I guess you could say, or a structure that is alive is sentient. That's one definition. The other one that works is that which is alive is embodied sentience, which doesn't even actually go against necessarily like the first one, but it's kind of more specific. And but the definition of metabolism doesn't work. It's completely inconsistent with with our internal understanding of and experience of being alive. I don't understand why nobody looks at themselves to define life. Everybody looks at like things that you don't even know if they have an internal experience. You're just assuming. And that is kind of what you're defining as life. That's what you're looking at. You're like, I'm assuming that there's an internal experience there, meaning like I'm assuming that they are sentient, but I don't really know. Okay. Don't use their physically perceived attributes or whatever as defining of life, meaning sentience, if you don't even really know that they're sentient. You know you're sentient. You have to look inward. But both of the definitions that I gave start with looking inward. It's always sentience is defining of life. It's just, is it sentience no matter what the context, or is it sentience within an embodied context that is, changing and interacting with other sentient beings? That's it. And but they're still both defined by internal sentience or internal experience, which is experience at all. There is no experience outside of it. That is, you don't need to say external experience and internal experience to say experience. That which can feel. I feel, therefore I am. That's it. And I'm trying to really be clear about this, and I feel like it's actually not working. But let me know in the chat or in the comments what your thoughts are. Let me know if I'm just sound completely incoherent, and I'll try to be more specific. But this is a huge difference. Like, we are defining life differently because of this. We are focusing on different things. We are, one of them has intrinsically has meaning, built into its model, which is due to, intentionality and goal, drivenness and hierarchy. All of these things are relevant to meaning. And yet the other one has no explanation on meaning. And when Bernardo tries to give his own personal, I guess you could say, thoughts or feelings on it, what he gives is that it's meaningless. And then eventually he kind of states that it has meaning, but I would say it's an incoherent definition of meaning. It's not a definition that stands. When you say, well, everything emerged, what was the word he used? Spontaneously, which means like randomly and without any explanation, which really it comes from it not having any being due to any intention, which you can't actually have causality on a fundamental level without intentionality, especially if existence is fundamentally sentient. But this arrives at, well, eventually the universe is, or life, and the meaning of life is to get to where we're at, and we can know ourselves because of metacognition. And I understand why metacognition makes us unique. I don't think that it actually is what matters in this as much as metacognition matters to our ability to think. It doesn't really matter that much to our ability to feel. It really doesn't. It might matter to our ability to feel in time. So like you can feel existential crisis because you are capable of metacognition, meaning like you can think about abstract topics and reasons that are, you know, why that would make you sad, or things that would make you sad going on in the world, or that might go on in the world one day, or give you anxiety or whatever, but that aren't going on right now in your immediate vicinity. And like, beings that are not capable of metacognition are not capable of that. They don't think about moments beyond their current context, their immediate current context. They can plan a little bit ahead, but it's still grounded in their current moment. Like a wolf can make you, I mean, anybody that has a dog or has observed any animal, like they can learn certain patterns and they can then predict certain patterns, which is to some degree, like that is imagination. But what they can't do is imagine a circumstance that is just almost completely detached from their physical experience of the moment. And we can be like, well, you know, it doesn't matter what's going on in this room right now. I can think about anything that all these different I don't know about anything, but I can think about all kinds of things that are not tied to the room that I'm in and the way that I feel physically, or whether or not I'm hungry or cold or things like that. Beings that are not capable of metacognition can't do that. And that can add to your, the depth of your ability to feel, but it doesn't actually, it's not that you have feelings and animals don't. Both of us feel. To be is to feel. To be aware is to feel. To be self-aware is to feel. To feel the self is emotion, essentially. And it's to feel sensation is to feel, physicality. But to feel emotion is to feel your own sentience, kind of like super physical impact or a mental impact, you could say. Kind of same thing. But like none of this is all lacking in analytic idealism. And he's not denying that. And it's not even a problem that it's lacking intrinsically. That doesn't, I mean, I think it probably is actually like a problem, but it's not that it's not problematic because we want there to be certain explanation, and some theory doesn't give you the explanation that you would want. That's not a problem. What is a problem is that we recognize in analytic idealism that there are unanswered questions about fundamental existence, about why we're here, about what is our own personal, internal, and and emotional meaning. Like, what is that? There's no explanation for it. There's no explanation for what we should do morally that suggests what we should do morally, even though I think he gets it right on here. He says, the golden rule. And I think that if you were to deduce all morality into one statement, it would be the golden rule. Like, do unto others that which you would want done unto you and your own. Like, don't treat people the way that you wouldn't want others to treat your own children or your own spouse or your own parents or your own self. And, that will lead you to, basically having a pretty good moral foundation. But where would that even come from? Just because he gets it right doesn't mean that there's an explanation there. I don't think that there is, because if there's no explanation or no reason or there's no purpose to us being here in the first place, morality doesn't exist either. And that's not consistent with Bernardo's internal feeling. I mean, he's talking about morals all the time. And that's because on a first person basis, like first principles, which is very much like tied to first person understanding, especially if existence is sentient fundamentally, then we have to take that into account. We can't just be like, well, I feel like there's meaning and or I feel like that we should be moral and we should treat each other well, and that there is morality, or there should be morality. Which how the difference is, if there should be morality, then there is morality. There's no real difference there. If it should exist, then if morality should exist, then morality does exist. It's fascinating to think about that kind of thing, but when you get to really fundamental levels of understanding, of awareness, you'll start to see things like that are just fascinating. Like, there's no difference between there should be morality and there is morality. But the statements are really completely entangled. But there's no, that they are not deducible from analytic idealism. You need to have intentionality and hierarchy to have morality and explanation of multiplicity and individual meaning and a definition of life that is coherent, and it's all missing. This analytic idealism and idealism that kind of takes this or panpsychism even, that takes this position of the meaning of life is for the universe to know itself better, I think it's just that's not enough to be meaningful. There's nothing actually there. It kind of just feels good almost to say it, but it's not enough. Same thing with saying things like, that existence is the goal of existence. He'll say something like that, like, or the purpose of existence, or the meaning of life is to go through 4 something billion years of evolution at great cost. Why is it a great cost? If the existence of you is spontaneous and without intentionality, why is there such a thing as a cost? It's really all falls apart. And that's what I mean by, like, you can get this close, but if you don't close that final gap, it will literally all unravel. It will. And I'm not saying that analytic idealism isn't useful. I'm not saying that it doesn't help. It's not helping move our scientific and narrative forward. I think it actually is. But so I think it makes perfect sense why Bernardo and his focus on analytic idealism and his evangelizing of analytic idealism, you could say, or promoting of it, it makes perfect sense. It seems to be very coherent with an intentionality that is greater, but not within analytic idealism does this endeavor that he's on have any meaning. It all literally falls apart. And the thing is that you can't have such a disconnect between what you think, how you think of the world first person, and how you feel about the world first person, and how you think about the world third person. You cannot be arguing for morals or for the golden rule or for anything really other than just hedonism and I'm doing philosophy because I enjoy it. That's it. You can't really argue for anything beyond that, any utility or meaning or intent or greater goal without an initial intentionality, which is really like the creation of multiplicity from singularity, sentient singularity. All right. Howdy. Hey, what's up? In order for there to be meaning, someone has to mean to do something. Yes, they have to. There has to be initial intentionality for any kind of coherence, even just evolutionary coherence. There has to be an initial intentionality. Otherwise, you start saying things like, this, you know, all the processes of mind that are occurring are spontaneous. And it's like, okay, you sound like Sean Carroll saying that the universe is, you know, can just come into existence without any cause, basically, or that the cause, that we don't need a cause anymore because actually, like, there's a million universes that exist and we just happen to be in one that, like, is home to life that can contemplate a cause, or whatever it is that they try and explain with the multiverse and the many worlds theory. It doesn't, there's no context to it. Like, it's like reverse context. It just passes the buck. Like, when people say, how did life begin? It's on Earth. And it's like, well, maybe it didn't occur on Earth. Maybe it happened on Mars. Okay, that's not the point. You know, how did cellular life come into being? When people say, how did life begin? They mean usually cellular life, but what they really mean fundamentally is, how did sentience come to be? And there's no answer for that in material physicalistic theories, and there isn't an explanation for that in analytic idealism either. So sentience must exist in sentient singularity theory, because existence is by definition a singular system, and it is observationally, knowingly, based on our own experience, we know it's an information system, and so therefore there's information, and it is within an intrinsically singular system that there is nothing beyond, which means there's information in there. And ultimately what that means is that it must reference itself, ultimately, because there is nothing beyond it to reference. It can reference things created within it, but ultimately that still means that it must ultimately and initially reference itself, which is, if something is self-referential, entirely self-referential, then it is self-aware. What else is there? How else could existence be other than self-aware, meaning like aware of its own beingness? It's an inevitability in sentient singularity theory. So there's nothing when people say, well, you say God created the universe. Well, who created God? God, meaning sentient existence, sentient self-aware existence with its own will, and, you know, ability to make choices and act. That being cannot not exist by logic. Like, it just cannot. And that is an entirely coherent and complete framework. It doesn't mean that I can tell you the answer to every question that you ask me, because I definitely can't. But sentient singularity theory is a complete context. It's something that you can use to contextualize other things that you can observe in your life that are specific, or questions that you have that are specific. You know, anything that you can do or think about or want to do, it's all within the context of a singular sentient being that cannot not exist, but had to choose for us to exist, and had no choice in the emergent rules of, you know, the law that are the laws of physics. It's like, this is entirely it is entirely coherent, and it is complete. That doesn't, you know, you might not think it's correct, and that's fine, but if you're seeing what I'm the logic in what I'm saying, and it makes sense to you, if it doesn't make sense to you, don't take my word for it. But if it does make sense to you, like, comment in the chat if it seems to be fundamentally complete. Like, not infinitely complete, because I don't believe that that's just a process. That's a never-ending process. We can always know more and create more to know. I think God knows all, because he is aware of everything, really, because he is aware of everyone. And he just creates others to be aware of. So he can constantly grow his awareness and grow that which he is, that which he knows, or those who he knows. But but also always be all-knowing. This is an entirely coherent and consistent, compatible like framework. It's not, they're not contradicting concepts. Like being all-knowing and being ever-learning are not incompatible, if that makes sense. Or what's the word I'm looking for? They're not gosh, it's going to bother me, but they're not incompatible. They are perfectly compatible. So I don't know. It just all falls apart, I think. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have a purpose. Like I said, Bernardo was put here for a reason, I believe, actually. And I think that part of that purpose of him being here is pushing an analytic idealism. I think it is changing the narrative in the, in academia and in our scientific pursuits, and ultimately will help lead to even a change in how we kind of define science. And I think that's a very necessary thing. So I don't know. I'm not saying that just because it's ultimately incoherent and fundamentally incoherent, or that it's ultimately incoherent because it's fundamentally incomplete or incorrect. Both is the answer. It's incomplete and incorrect fundamentally, and it is ultimately incoherent. Doesn't mean that there's no purpose to this endeavor and analytic idealism and Bernardo's pursuit of it. There definitely is, because now like everybody's talking about it and they're reassessing what it really means for consciousness to emerge from inanimate dust. So I don't know. Here. This is, again, where this kind of like continues.
The whole formulation of objective reality out there. Are you comfortable with that?
Absolutely. And it doesn't contradict the notion that reality is mental. Let me give you an example. I have thoughts right now.
Subjective.
They are my subjective thoughts. From your perspective, they are objective, because my thoughts would still be here even if you're not there. My thoughts don't depend on your presence or even existence to exist. You cannot change my thoughts merely by imagining them to be different or wishing them to be different. My thoughts do what they do, regardless of what your thoughts are doing inside your head, right? So although my thoughts are intrinsically subjective, from your perspective, they are entirely objective. Even if you're not there, my thoughts would still be here doing whatever it is that they do. In exactly the same way, mind at large is intrinsically subjective. It has mental states that are experienced by itself. But from our perspective, mind at large is completely objective, just as my thoughts are objective from your perspective. So I'm comfortable saying there is an objective world, as long as we understand that as perspectival objectivity. It's an objective world from our perspective. But from its own perspective, the world around us is subjective. It is intrinsically or essentially subjective.
Is mind at large?
I completely agree with what he just said. It's funny because that term objective confuses people because it implies like object, but then what you're really talking about is talking about the subjective perspective of a different being. Like that which you perceive as objective would not be the thoughts necessarily of another person, because you can't actually perceive them. But what you do perceive is the mental processes and structures of the mind that you're within, and you perceive those as objective. And that is that is definitely true, and that's what he's saying. But I don't know if it would apply to, the thoughts of a being that you aren't within. And this is where like this context of a nested structure of mind and a hierarchy of mind and a hierarchy of process, which really leads to like a hierarchy of goals, which leads to morality. Like all of this is kind of contained within this structure. And you could define it, like you could go with Bernardo's definition, which would encompass, the thoughts of another person next to you that you can't impact just by thinking, and the thoughts of the in the mind of the being that we are within, like the conscious universe, essentially, or sentient existence. Or you could just say that they are only the thoughts of sentient existence and or the conscious universe, meaning like the mind that we're within. So like your thoughts and your mental processes. I don't want to just say your thoughts, but your mental processes, which includes like your physical movements, actually, because you are a mind. Meaning everything that you do is a mental process. What that really means is it's an informational process, and it is informing of you, everything that you do, and this process would be, it just be. I'm trying to explain this. I guess I already kind of did, but whatever. Let's move on. Sometimes you think about this stuff and you just end up like really just hyper fixating on like technicalities and super qualifying things, and then you end up writing sentences like Chris Langan. And I'm trying not to do that, but it's hard sometimes to stop yourself from doing that. If you watch my video that I did on my latest video on Professor Dave Explains versus Chris Langan, and the one he did with Grayson a few weeks ago, and they're on Kurchai Mungel's interview of Chris Langan, which I thought was great. Kurt deconstructs and shows like one of Chris's statements that he's written about, what is a theory of everything, essentially, and Kurt defines it or describes it as a kind of obtuse, like just a lot, and it is, but that's because you're trying to describe something fundamental and to somebody who is probably not got the same context yet, and so you have to try and contextualize it within not fundamental context, which means you add a bunch of stuff in to like kind of circle the wagon of what you're trying to talk about, because you can't start with what you really want to say because there is no context to it yet. So this is my what's going on in my mind when I think about this, but it just leads to abstruse sentences, not obtuse sentences, abstruse sentences. All right, let's go to the chat. I agree. Greetings all. Today I'm going to be a pure observer and simply listen. Awesome. So plants are sentient. Plants in sentient singularity theory, at least most plants, are not sentient. They are what are called pseudo-singularities, assumed to be pseudo-singularities in sentient singularity. So sentient singularity theory. In sentient singularity theory, there are two structures that are kind of growing structures. They are structures that grow, but and are capable of growth and consumption in a way. But really, one of them is a collaborative assembly, and the other one is a collaborative and completely also united assembly. So the difference is like you are a sentient singularity. You are an assembly of cells that are collaborative and also completely unified in every way that matters under your sentience. Those are little minds, little beings inside your one being. With a plant, it's more like a corporation. I call a pseudo singularity is a corporism, is another word for it in sentient singularity theory. It's like a corporation of cells is what a plant is. I also think planaria worms are this, even though they are an animal. I think most animals are sentient singularities. Some of them appear to be pseudo-singularities or corporisms. Most plants are corporisms, aka pseudo-singularities. Maybe some of them are sentient singularities. I don't know which ones they would be. I think about it a lot sometimes because I grow like bromeliads and I have like a garden outside where I'm growing fruits and stuff like that. And I'm now cutting we have a lawn, and I actually this week started cutting the grass, and I got like one of those old school push mowers. That's the design is like hundreds of years old. They are amazing, by the way. I highly recommend them. It is an incredible workout. I thought it would. I did not want to take care of the grass where I live, but I was sick and tired of having to hire somebody to do it, and so I was like, I'm just gonna get a mower and do it myself. And I got a push mower because I hate the sound of a motorized mower, and it also I found out does a much better job. But you're cutting these grass clippings all the time, and what you are doing is you're cutting cells off from, like, you're basically like firing people from, I don't know, Coca-Cola on a cellular level. And it does kind of lead to their death. Maybe it's like exile, I guess you could say. But it's not there. The grass is not feeling anything at all. It's just a bunch of cells working together towards a common goal, and they have an organizational structure. Like if you looked at a corporation, it has this common, coherent structure that allows for it to process what it needs to process. It has a board of directors, and it has a CEO, and it has a CMO, and it has a CFO, and it has managers, and it has janitors, and it has all of these different little beings that work within it towards this kind of apparent common goal. But it's really like a shared endeavor where it's like, it's not a common goal. It's that everybody's getting what they kind of is trying to get what they want from it. It's not exactly a completely unified goal, because it's not a unified fate. And like it is with, I guess it is with plants, because a corporation is not exactly a plant, but it's very similar, is what I'm saying. So, if you look at like a planaria worm, you can cut that thing into a bunch of pieces, and it will just make a bunch of new worms. You just like you can cut Coca-Cola into two, and then you get Coke and Pepsi, or the Encore and the Win, in Vegas, that were once one, and then the owners got divorced or something, and it's now two different hotels. That is like what happens when you split a planaria worm, and when you split a plant. Like if you take a pothos plant and you cut it and you put like each leaf in a different bowl of water, it makes a bunch of new plants, but it's really just like the structure that is the plant, which is really just an assembly of collaborating cells. It continues to grow. If there are plants that aren't sentient, I feel like they would have like, you wouldn't be able to cut them in half, is my like theory. Like bromeliads that I have radial symmetry that is kind of unique, and sometimes I wonder if they are sentient. If there's any plant that is sentient, I think it might be them, but that doesn't mean that they are. I still would hesitate to say I'm not convinced that bromeliad is sentient, but if any plants are sentient, that's the one that I think might be closer, more likely. But I don't know if there are any sentient plants. I don't believe that most plants are sentient, though. I will say that I'm very confident in that. Actually, I might be wrong, but I am very confident. So I'm just being honest. But it's like the difference between an earthworm and a planaria. You cut an earthworm in half and you killed the earthworm. If you cut a planaria worm in half, you now have two planaria worms. That is a very different type of being. They're not just two different animals, two different species. There's a different metaphysical nature to those two different structures. And sentient singularity theory would assume that one of them is a sentient singularity and the other is a pseudo-singularity, which a pseudo-singularity on the level of cellularity, or on a biological level, you could say, which is like organisms and cells. I often call it corporism. So I hope that makes some sense. I don't think that plants are sentient, most of them. But again, like idealism, I don't know what analytic idealism would have to say about this, because it doesn't even have a definition of life that allows for you to kind of start thinking about this. It's just metabolism is like what Bernardo uses to define life, which is just the established like idea. I don't know why he chose that, other than it's just the current consensus, which is, I would say, is a bunch of people who haven't actually thought about it and keep looking at the person next to them and taking their like assuming that the person next to them did their homework. We were once on a call very late on this Discord with Eric Weinstein and like these physicists from CERN, and I remember that this physicist who used to work at CERN was on there, and they basically confessed that most of the people working at CERN don't actually have an understanding of what is really going on in a lot of what is the explanation for a lot of the things that they can observe, and that they just assume that the person next to them does, essentially. And this is a phenomenon that is just human. Like, everybody knows what this is like, because especially if you've been in school and you had like a group project, and you just think that somebody did their homework, and you're like, yeah, I agree with him. But do you really? Probably not. I don't know what it would mean for you to agree at that point. So, anyways, I know I went on a tangent. I don't know what mentality means in what, I don't know what he says. Bernardo says God has his own internal experience, and I agree with that, but it doesn't hold up as you dive deeper, which we're about to do.
Is mind at large, or consciousness with a large C, the same as God? Does the divine exist in your view? If so, what is it? Is reality fundamentally pantheistic or panentheistic? And maybe you could explain the difference for viewers who are not philosophically inclined. Thank you.
So what my friend Bernard Carr calls consciousness with big C would not be just mind at large. It would be universal consciousness. In other words, mind at large plus all alters, plus the minds of all living beings. All of that is one thing. The boundaries, the divisions are merely circumstantial. A person who undergoes dissociation doesn't fundamentally become two or more minds. It's just that there is an appearance of distinct centers of awareness, but it's the only one mind. So that one mind in nature is universal consciousness, which undergoes dissociation to form these little alters we call living organisms, and what remains.
I'm just going to pause it for a second, because I know that I'm going to just get distracted, and I'm not going to come back to this topic the way that I want to. This is, again, and this is totally tied in with meaning and intentionality and everything that we described before, is that when he says, I totally agree with I don't want to say I totally agree. What the structure that was just described as being what his friend calls big C consciousness, it's God plus all the partitions of his beingness within him, all the minds within him, plus God. That is a structure, sure, but and it is ultimately unified, or will ultimately be unified. But the problem is that when you say that it's not actually distinct minds, it's just appearance of distinct minds, because it's these dissociated alters of this singular mind. And people say this all the time. They're like, you're God who forgot that you're God. And the purpose of, and then you always get to like the meaning of life, which means like the meaning of multiplicity of mind, is for God to know himself and, to explore himself and things like that. And I don't completely disagree with this being part of it, but I don't think it's the primary motivator. And I don't think it's enough to actually be meaning. Like, you can't, then exploration is not meaning. Like, we know what meaning is, because we know what would cause us to feel meaningless. Oh, I didn't get to explore myself as so much. That has nothing to do with your sense of meaning. What gives you a sense of meaning is your impact on others. That is what gives you a sense of meaning. It is what gives everybody a sense of meaning. Nobody gets a sense of meaning by seeing, how many different things that they're good at. It's a part of life that's like really rewarding, but it's not ultimately meaningful. It's like secondarily meaningful, because it's not really, it can become ultimately meaningful because you can use what you learn about yourself to maximize your positive impact on others. But that's where the meaning is generated. It's not generated just by like your own exploration and curiosity about like your own self, and that's it. It just doesn't work. It falls apart. Because it's not consistent with your internal experience. You have to look towards your internal experience. There's nowhere else for you to look at sentience. Nowhere. You can look everywhere else and try and see evidence of it, but you can never actually see it. You have to look inward in order to see it. Is the only way to do it. And so when you say, what is the meaning of life? You have to say, okay, well, what would make me feel meaningless, and what makes me feel meaningful? Start there. Don't look to, oh, well, did the Big Bang, did that happen through like spontaneous quantum fluctuations, or could it have happened through spontaneous quantum fluctuations, or is there many worlds, or any other place that you could look, in your own imagination or in the physical world? That's not where you should look. You don't have to look at your imagination. You don't have to look at the physical world. You look at your own self, your own sentience. That's it. Your feelings. That's what that means. To look at yourself is to look at your feelings. It's not even to look at your thoughts. That is to look at the process that your actions. But you are not your actions alone. Your actions are part of you, but you are not your actions. It's just like saying your arm is part of you. It's not, but you are not your arm. Okay. And so this is like why your ideas are not you. But in analytic idealism, I think ultimately like it kind of tries to boil down to that kind of statement where you are your own ideas in a way, but it's not coherent. And so when you have to ask yourself, what is, if it's, how can we all be within one mind, but we're not actually individual minds? We're just like the appearance of, we're just disassociated alters of this ultimate mind. It's just the appearance of multiplicity of mind, but it's not really multiplicity of mind. That is incoherent. And it doesn't allow you to define or the boundaries of being. Like, where do I end and you begin? If it's all ultimately like mental, where do I begin and you end? Because it's not just, at the boundary of physicality. Where do I begin and you end? And I would agree that it doesn't, it shouldn't be bound to to our physical bodies. I mean, that, again, it gets kind of incoherent to say it to think about it like that, or to even say it's not our physical bodies. You are a mind. So where is the limit of your mind? When you have Twitter and you can tweet at people in China, where is the limit of your impact, of your being? And so what it is feeling. Your feelings are part of this, is like your own sense of feeling and your own will, your ability to have your own unique will. So just because someone feels something doesn't mean that their feelings are their feelings and my feelings are my feelings. God's feelings are God's feelings, and they are not the same as my feelings, and my feelings are not the same as God's feelings. And ultimately, God's will is not the same as my will. My goal is to align myself with God's will, hopefully, as much as possible. But it's because he's more powerful than me. If I, pick the winning team, and he will be the winning team always. He is the house that always wins. Like, if you're really smart, then just don't bet against the house. It's like and it's not even about probability. It's about like God has the power to make sure that his will be done. Pick the winning team. But that is the context of morality too. It's like God has a purpose and to the creation of multiplicity. we should align ourselves with that purpose. But if you just say the purpose of life is to know oneself and to, for God on a personal level, like me, like a human level, or it's the purpose of life is for God to know, his own self. And the thing is that if the purpose of life isn't me just like exploring, being alive, which I don't think anybody really thinks that. I think people say that, but I don't think anybody feels that at all, actually, because otherwise it wouldn't. No, if anybody really felt that in any kind of numbers, then it would be because we actually do feel that. And if that was the case, we wouldn't be asking what the meaning of life is. But the boundaries of being are very relevant to will. They are contextualized by will. And, your goals are different from my goals. We can align ourselves, or we could choose not to. Like, free will is the ability to choose your goals. It doesn't mean like you can make a choice in every single moment that that you might want to make. That's not true. There are physical constraints that we have to contend with, and those include even like instincts and addictions and things like that. That doesn't mean but that doesn't mean that, well, you should just give up on trying. What it means is that you have the power to pick your goals, and then you have to work within your own constraints to try and achieve those goals. You can't just do away with the constraints. That's not what free will is. It's the ability to choose the goal, but it's not the ability to choose the maze. It's just the ability to choose the goal of the journey. But you don't have the ability to just choose, the map, I guess, that you have to go through, that you have to navigate. You make choices in certain directions and certain forks in the road, but like you don't get to pick the map. And for you to make any choice in any moment, you'd have to be able to pick the map. And I don't even think God can pick the map. He is probably he is in some ways more constrained than even we are. It's just that we are within him, so there's no way that he isn't gonna be able to be more powerful than us in his will, even if he's more constrained than us. So this like idea of, oh well, you're just God who forgot that they're God. If singularness is the nature of beingness, or is the structure of beingness, of sentience, or it's the contextual structure of sentience, and is the definitional structure of sentience. To be sentient is to be self-aware, to be aware of oneself, not two self, oneself, and because it's about feeling. And so this all kind of rests on, like, does God have a goal and the ability to have a goal? And I think that we actually have to assume that he does, because we are the evidence of it. Our existence is not inevitable and spontaneous. It is intentional and with a specific goal in mind. And then you can be like, okay, what is you don't even ask, what is the meaning of life, unless you define it as, to be embodied as a sentient being, not just be sentient, because if life means sentience and sentience can't not exist, then there is no meaning intrinsically to sentience. You don't have to say life. But if life means to be an embodied sentient being, which in some ways I would say that that's probably the better definition, because it actually adds context. But it's still at its core defined by sentience. Like, it's a sentient being that is embodied and able to impact others. Which is really, but then you don't even need to say life. You could say, what is the meaning of multiplicity of sentience, of the creation of multiplicity of sentience? And it's like, or what is the purpose of the creation of multiplicity of sentience, or what was the goal of the creation of multiplicity of sentience? And it's like meaning is the goal. It's not, it is the answer. It's not the question, is like the reality of this whole thing. When people say, what is the meaning of life? They're using meaning as if that's the question. And it always assumes that there's a meaning, which is funny because like it's asked by everybody. And yet most people who would consider themselves scientifically minded and especially within academia, would ultimately say something like, it's that existence and life and evolution and everything and you and me all arose through spontaneous, undirected, inevitable, just evolution, I guess. And that's not coherent fundamentally. It's not that there isn't adaptation and evolution and change. Of course there is. In fact, there's a context to this that's, adaptation is perfectly coherent with sentient singularity theory. In fact, it's built into it, but it's not an explanation. When we kind of in the scientific narrative, we have done something very terrible, which is we have confused a description with an explanation. So when people say, what is the explanation for quantum mechanics? And then somebody says, well, this equation, it's the Schrodinger equation. It's the equation of entropy. It's all of these, different mathematical equations that you could come up with. Those are not explanations. They are descriptions of what's happening. They are not actually a fundamental explanation for causality itself, or which really, like, you can't even actually define causality outside of a fundamental context that is multiplicity of sentience. You can't. And so, I mean, I understand why many might think that that doesn't make any sense, but that's because you're missing the context that I have in my mind when I say that statement. But if you follow this channel enough, you probably have enough of a context to generally know what I mean. Let me know in the chat if that's true or if I'm reaching. But yeah, this is like, it's just incoherent. It's so, there's not even like, it's not even more incoherent or less incoherent than any physicalist theory. It just, in some ways, has a little bit more information, but that doesn't actually make it like less coherent or less incoherent or more coherent than physicalism, because it will unravel. You need an intentionally acting, self-aware being with a goal to contextualize any coherent model, concept, structure, being, I guess, or multiplicity of being that we can observe or truly conceive of. And it's lacking in this as much as it is in analytic idealism, as much as it is lacking in the mainstream physics narrative. It is no different. It's so fascinating because when you look at analytic idealism and sentient singularity theory on its face, you're like, okay, well, they're both saying consciousness is fundamental, so they're closer together than they are to, physicalism, just the mainstream kind of establishment idea that consciousness emerged spontaneously, randomly, through random, processes that are somehow in place, and causality that is already somehow occurring without an explanation. And that is actually fundamentally closer to analytic idealism than sentient singularity is. Sentient singularity theory is. It is dramatically different. And I used to be if you asked me even a year ago or 2 years ago, maybe even probably at this point, probably 3 years ago, if analytic idealism was similar to my work, I would have definitely said yes. And it is in some ways because, again, we agree that your objective, that which you view as information that is beyond your ability to just will it away, meaning like think it away, change it within by your own will alone, not like within the constraints of the will of others, but by your will alone. You observe information structures that are mental as objective or as physical, as concretized. But that doesn't really matter as much as is the initial being that is sentient existence itself. Is that someone who is self-aware and who has their own will? Because there's no other way for you to even define someone. Like, you have to look again at your own personal experience. It's like, what does it mean for someone to be someone or something to be someone? It's like, oh well, a human, because of metacognition, has the ability to be self-aware. Again, wrong. To feel is to be self-aware. It is to feel the self. To be metacognitive is to be able to think about your thoughts. It's just but you are not your thoughts. It's an awareness. It's an added level of awareness of. It's just an abstraction ability. That's it. I don't know how else to describe it that's more simple than that. It's just the ability to imagine beyond the current embodied circumstances and physical circumstances. That's it. It allows you to build things like tools to build tools. Not just tools, but tools to build tools. And that takes an imagination that is beyond your current circumstances. It's not when a chimp or a crow or something finds a stick to put it into a hole to dig out a grub. It is seeing all of that is based on its own currently observed physical circumstances. The grub is there, and the hole is that deep, and there's a stick right there that is that long, and I can grab it, and it's small enough to fit in the hole. All of this takes almost no imagination compared to I don't know if that's the best way to say it, but it doesn't take an abstracting imagination. It takes a kind of like constructive imagination, but you're very much constrained by your own current circumstances. That's different from humans. Humans have the ability to be like, there's a grub in there and I'm gonna get it, and I'm hungry and I'm gonna grab like a stick to go dig it out. But I keep finding these grubs in these trees, and I'm gonna start like knocking over trees and making them like more places for these grubs to grow. Basically, like you end up with like farming, basically, and you end up with technology that you couldn't just extrapolate, and you had to think about like things going about processes that were going on way beyond your current circumstances. To make an engine, to end up making an engine or even a wheel, you have to think about circumstances beyond your current circumstances in some ways, or a part or anything that requires tools to build. Any tool that requires other tools to build takes metacognition. And that is unique to humans. That's not an awareness of self. That is like an awareness of information beyond the self. It's like almost not self-awareness. It's like awareness of everything that is not the self, actually, in some ways, or your ability to think about that which is not able to be, isn't currently part of your being, but is going to become part of your being as soon as you think about it. But it's just different than self-awareness. It's further from self-awareness than it is closer to self-awareness. I don't even know if that's the best way to say it. Because I'm arguing against something, and it's always like not the most coherent way to do that. To make sense, the best way to make sense is to always build something instead of be like anti. So if we want to make sense, then we would say something like, to be self-aware is to feel emotion, because that is to feel the self. And to be aware is to have feelings in general, because that is true awareness. And it's not the ability to think in just alone. And you wouldn't say things. See, I stopped making sense because I said it's not the ability. I started being like anti, which is not constructive. So what you would say instead is, you would say a sentient being feels and can think. You wouldn't say it's not the ability to just think, and it's actually the ability to feel. But then you're like, oh well, actually, like sentient beings are the only structure that can think, but they don't have to think, and then you just end up confusing everybody. So if you want to make as much sense as possible, be as coherent as possible, and you always want to be constructive. And the problem is that if you're going to describe fundamental contexts that are not yet like currently understood by most people in the scientific narrative, then it's hard to just be like, scrap everything that you know. You have to try and contextualize it within what they think that they know, or what they do know, or within what they assume to know. But really, like even then, if you do convince them through that means, I don't think that is enough to stand for a fundamental theory to catch. You have to be like, let's look at ourselves and ask, what does it mean for us to be alive? Let's look at ourselves and say, what does it mean for me to feel meaning? What would it mean for me to feel meaningless? Like, that is a way that I can explain meaning constructively without saying it's not this. Okay, well, yeah, it might be right. It's not that, but like, that doesn't tell you what it is either. So basically what analytic idealism is kind of saying is like, that information or existence is not physical, fundamentally. Okay, sure. And then you'd say, okay, well, it's mental. Okay. But it never goes to like that fundamental place that you would be able to understand firsthand, which is that in the context of like a being that is a being like you, if nature is a being, it's God that is self-aware or has internal experience, but isn't metacognitive, which I don't even think that this is like the right thing to even start thinking about when it comes to whether or not, is God metacognitive. I don't think that that's the most relevant thing to start with. But it might not even be relevant at all. I actually kind of don't think it's relevant at all. But it's, you have to actually, to do something from first principles, ultimately, especially within a context of, a theory that would assert that mind is fundamental, you have to look at your own self to start thinking about anything. And that's not what we do in science currently. And we do kind of the opposite. We like assume that we don't really exist. And that's exactly what analytic idealism does. It's like if you're just a disassociated alter of this universal mind that is not metacognitive and has no goals, what is it really saying? How can you say that it's a mind, it's a being? How is it consistent with our own internal experience of what it's like to be someone? Our own internal experience of what it's like to be someone is to have goals, to have feelings, to be, self-aware and aware, to just be aware, which really just means, again, feeling. And that's ultimately like what our experience is. But yet you're going to say this being, it has experience, it has thoughts. I don't know, maybe you say it has feelings. I don't know. I haven't really heard Bernardo say anything about feelings because he's not on the foundation. He's not starting on the foundation that he needs to in order to see what he needs to construct. And like feeling is the defining experience. It is experience. Like it is the defining and intrinsic and constant of experience, of foundation of experience. Like thinking happens in some experiences. It's not all experience. Thinking is just you mentally taking an action. It's like I can go running. That's me kind of taking an action that is able to be perceived by others. In how I'm interacting with the, nested interacting mental structure, I guess. But you can also take action that others can't see, which is in your thoughts. I mean, God can see them, but I think, but like you can't see my thoughts. But it's not something that you just do thinking. It's something you can do as a sentient being. You can't say that unless you start saying like a sentient being feels and it can think. And some sentient beings at a certain level, with certain constraints and degrees of freedom, are able to imagine beyond their current circumstances. And like which is thinking beyond your current feelings. It's like that's really kind of almost what it is. But you can't say that if you're not starting from like a sentient being feels level 1, and can think level 2, and some of them can have imagined things beyond, which really imagine and construct things beyond their current feelings, meaning like they can think about things that are disconnected from their current feelings. And you can't do that unless you also have the ability to like construct and stuff like that. It all comes at once. If you don't have it just all comes at once. I was thinking about something fascinating today that I wanted to talk about actually and share, was that language, because my daughter's starting to speak, I think about this stuff all the time, and I'm seeing it like in a third person view, like being developed. And I'm like thinking about language, and I'm seeing it expand her world. And I realized like language, technology, imagining beyond your feelings, like being able to think beyond your feelings. These are all, and construct beyond your current circumstances. Like this is all intertwined. Like I don't think that we could create technology or think about circumstances beyond our current feelings without language that's complex, and because it just all allows for you kind of to just build structure beyond, build like a new context. It's like you're trying to build your own garden. And I really think it kind of starts with language. It's very interesting, but I don't know. I haven't really refined my thoughts on it yet, but I need to study my daughter's like uh, journey of learning how to speak a little bit longer, I think.
Outside those little alters is what we call mind at large. So consciousness would be, with big C would be mind at large plus all alters. In other words, universal consciousness. It depends on what one means by God, right? There are probably 8.
That's what I mean, is like, how can there be one being that is really what exists, or one mind, but then you can't have singular minds within it? Like, if singularity is the structure of mind, then of being, of someoneness, of sentience, then it is for the beings, the little beings that are the partitions of sentience, or partitions of being within sentience, that is the initial and all-encompassing sentient being, and that's a single sentient being, and so are you. It's not that you are disassociated alter really of that, and that's it, and that there really isn't this kind of multiplicity. There's only this oneness. You really can't have multiplicity or oneness in our current circumstances. You have to have multiplicity and oneness, because it is apparently self-evidently the case that you are not all of existence, and it is also logically inevitable that existence is singular itself. So if existence is a singular structure itself, and you are experientially a singular structure that is limited within this singular structure that is intrinsically all-encompassing, then there is a greater mind that is God, an initial mind and an all-encompassing mind that is God, and there is also you as a mind, and that which is like the moment that you see, where you can see the manifestation of the degrees of freedom of this, is in the differentiation of goals, and the moments in which you see the constraint of this is in the personalness of feeling. It's like, I can't feel what you feel. That's a constraint that we have, but at least right now. But I also can have a different goal than you. That's a degree of freedom. That both of these things define the boundaries of being, and boundaries are always defined by constraints and degrees of freedom. They're the same thing viewed from two different perspectives. It's like, you can't have a hallway without two walls to frame it. So let's go forward.
In different definitions of God on this planet alone, because there are 8 billion people. If we go with the Western tradition, there are 2 main parts of the definition of God in the Western religious tradition, the Christian religious tradition. One part says God is omnipresent, omniscient, and omnipotent, meaning it's everywhere, it knows everything, and it can do anything.
Almost incomplete. And it's interesting that he only said 3, but there's 4. There's 4 omnis to an objective definition of God, which we'll get to in a minute. It's a deducible definition of God. It is not the Western tradition or the Abrahamic tradition alone. It is the definition of God, if there is a definition that makes sense to even have. And we'll get to that. But these 4 omnis we talked about last week are omnibenevolent is the one he's missing, omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent. This means all knowing, all loving, or all good. Really means like or intrinsically good, intrinsically loving, and this is omniscient, means all knowing. Omnipresent means always ever present, existing everywhere that we can look, which really means everywhere, because it gets a little complicated because there is no space from God's perspective, but not like how we think of it, or not how we perceive it. And that because he is space itself, like we're within him, he is space. That's why there's no perspective of space by God. And then omnipotent is all powerful, and that comes from the intrinsic nestedness structure of this mental that forms this mental hierarchy. But he forgot this one, or he left it out, because But the thing is it's necessary, and I don't actually like this term. I have these 4 kind of qualities of God here, which really means like they're kind of physical qualities of God, or they're structural qualities of God. That's a better way of putting it. Which is he is initial, meaning he's the first structure, which is he's the first being. He is eternal, meaning he never has not existed, because he is existence itself. Like that's why it's not just that he's really old and gonna live a really long time. It means like he is existence itself. Like that it's not instantaneous. Eternal doesn't mean instantaneous or infinite, or it just means like existent. Like it means that which it just means you are existence itself. Like that's what it means. There's nothing that without you there is no existence at all. And then inevitable, again, it's kind of very similar to eternal. These are very similar things. They're just kind of viewed from 2 different perspectives. And then initial and total are kind of almost the same, just viewed from 2 different perspectives. And they correspond to inside and outside, and separate and oneness as well. So just like oneness and separateness are 2 sides of one coin, really, and outside and inside are 2 sides of one coin. Initial and total are 2 sides of one coin. Eternal and inevitable are 2 sides of one coin as well. So, but when we talk about the Abrahamic God, which is just God, omniscient, I totally agree with that. It means like all perceiving. It really and omnipresent means like always available, always present. Because I'm thinking about this in the context of relationships, which is the more fundamental and truer way to look at it. So it's not just about like he is everywhere. It's like, no, he's everywhere anytime that it means like you're always interacting with him. That's what it really means. It doesn't just mean he's everywhere. It means like you're always interacting with him. And omniscient, obviously, he knows everything, which really means he knows everyone. Omnipotent, he is all powerful. It doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants. It means that his will, he can override our will, and his will can override anyone else's will. That is exactly what it means. It doesn't mean he has no constraints. It means his will can override everyone else's will, because we're all within him. He is our world. He is our environment. He is our context, and we are not his context. He is our context. It's just logical. It's not like it's logically inevitable. It's not like just this, I want it to be true, and or it's not emotionally driven, is what I'm saying. This omnibenevolence, though, is the one that Bernardo left out, and I also don't think it's not the best one. I wrote loving here. Omnibenevolence, if we Google it, is a theological term meaning all loving. I didn't. I think when I read it, it said all good, like, and I kind of deduced that meant all loving in the context of a relationship. So that's good that they have that there. Or perfectly good. Yeah, that's what that's how it had been listed when I learned what omnibenevolence meant, and I deduced it to mean all loving. That's why I wrote loving. And like available. It doesn't say available when you look up omnipresent. It says he's everywhere. But really that means like you're always interacting. Widely or constantly encountered. Okay, encountered is good. But yeah. This is what this should mean is like he has a goal, and his will is what we must like align ourselves with, or else like there's going to be no us. So you can kind of interpret that as all good because he kind of defines what is good. In his goals, define what is good. I mean, there's just no way around that. If his goal is what is good, and he's the only one that gets to decide whether or not his goal is no longer his goal, and at that point, it might change what is good. But his goals define what is good. And so what this really implies ultimately is that he has goals. And this is what Bernardo doesn't believe about God. And that's why he didn't say it. Okay? I'm not saying he didn't just forget it or didn't know it. I'm saying that it never stuck with him. Like, if you look up the omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient, like, this one comes up too. It's the 4 omnis, but he doesn't even list it. He might have forgot it, but it doesn't matter. That even if he did forget it, it's because it doesn't fit within the context of his framework, and so you forget things that don't inform you because they're not contextualized. So here.
The other part is that it's personal, in the sense that it's similar to us, because God is supposed to have created us in its own image. So if we have personal minds, in the sense that we can deliberate, that we have explicit goals, that we intervene with things to make them do what we want them to do, then the mind of God does that too.
Okay, I will say this. I forgot that he said this, but I'll explain why. I'll show you why I forgot that he said this, because ultimately it doesn't really matter. But he's right here. He's right. The issue is that this is completely incompatible with what he said earlier. And he says it multiple times throughout this, is that doesn't believe that God has goals. And I might be misinterpreting him. But ultimately, what happens when you aren't founded on like a foundational solid framework is it's not that you don't get things right. Of course, Bernardo gets all kinds of things right. That's why I'm even talking about him. But it's whether or not his model is able to maintain coherence, not whether or not it contains truth. Of course, it contains truth. That's why I'm talking about it. If it didn't contain truth, I wouldn't even, if I didn't think that it contained truth, there would be really nothing to talk about, and I wouldn't want to even try. It's that he has lots of truth in analytic idealism, but that truth is not the same. Having lots of bits of truth is not the same thing as being coherent. Being coherent is to be true, not to have truths. It's to be true.
I don't think the second part of the Christian definition of God holds under analytic idealism. You can believe in analytic idealism and believe that God is a kind of personal mind.
Okay, well, that's exactly why I was confused, because he goes on to say that he doesn't believe in it. So, but I don't know why he even brought it up then. I guess because he's defining it based on like what he thinks is like the Christian Abrahamic, I guess you could say, definition of God, which he's right in that he does define it correctly. I thought he was saying that was the defining, that's what it would mean to be God, but he's saying that's what the Abrahamic people who believe in the Abrahamic traditions, or that's how the Abrahamic traditions define God, and he believes in 3 out of those 4 attributes. Okay, I was a bit confused.
No, in the sense that it's similar to us, because God is supposed to have created us in its own image. So if we have personal minds, in the sense that we can deliberate, that we have explicit goals, that we intervene with things to make them do what we want them to do, then the mind of God does that too. I don't think the second part of the Christian definition of God holds under analytic idealism. You can believe in analytic idealism and believe that God is a kind of personal mind. There isn't a direct contradiction, but analytic idealism does not entail or imply that the mind of nature is a personal mind. My own view is that the mind of nature is not metacognitive. It does not deliberate. It's a spontaneous, instinctive mind, because higher level mental functions, such as those required for deliberation.
How is that not just a machine? How is that not not a mind? Like, why would you even call it a mind? Like, again, he's not looking to himself and being like, I'm a mind, and so what are my qualities? He's looking at himself and he's saying, these are my qualities, and I don't think that actually, God has these qualities, even though it's a mind. If God doesn't have a will, an intrinsic will of his own, then he's not a mind. He's an equation. Like, he is ChatGPT. He is a search algorithm. He is just an equation. He is a machine. He is not able to be causative. He's not able to be being. Like, it's just all incoherent. I don't understand where he gets this from, other than he clearly misdefines what it means to be self-aware. This metacognitive, he's kind of hung up on it. It's like metacognitive, there's something to what he's saying, but he's not interpreting it properly. It's to be aware of, it's the ability to imagine thoughts beyond your current feelings. That is kind of what it means to be metacognitive. It's the ability to perceive that which isn't yourself currently, what isn't part of your feelings currently, which in some ways actually is like to perceive that which is beyond the self. Almost, it's almost the opposite of what he thinks it is. And like, I don't think that we need to imagine ourselves abstractly in order to be self-aware. Or if you want to define it that way, I don't think that it's a useful definition, because it ultimately leads to it's just not consistent with our internal experience of what self-awareness is, which is really like feeling. You're never aware of the existence of yourself just because of your own thoughts. You ultimately have to get back to, I feel, therefore I am. You cannot just say, I think, therefore I am. Even though, again, sentient beings can think, and only sentient beings can think. So the fact that you can think means you are sentient, and therefore you do exist and you do feel. But it's still not starting from ground zero. I think it just really throws him off. Maybe it's because his definition of life is coming from an external perspective, and it seems like his construction of what it means to be self-aware is this kind of third-person view of the self, the ability to like imagine your own, to have abstract thoughts, to think about your thoughts. That's not self-awareness. Like, to feel your beingness is self-awareness, not to think about your thoughts. I don't know where he's come. I'm trying to think of like what would have caused him to like think this way, to have such this understanding in kind of intuitively, like everybody does, of what it means to be a mind, but then not realize that he has defined it out of existence when he places it in the context of sentient existence, of God. It just destroys the definition of mind. He even says, like, we have these goals, we have these qualities, like that. We're a mind. And then why is God a mind then? And, he says, like, the mind of nature. I don't think he thinks nature has a mind in any way that, like, he should not be calling it a mind. It's totally, if the mind of nature is different from us in that it has no goals, then it is not a mind. Like, that is exactly what we say. That's what we assume about things or know of. That's how we define things that aren't beings. That's how we define machines that aren't minds, is that they have no goal. I don't know. When people say the mind of nature, I'm like, I don't think you really understand the, you keep, it's like that, what's that? Um, in Princess Bride, where he's like, you keep using that word. Like, I don't think you know what it means. It's like, I, all I hear is Bernardo keeps saying mental, and I'm starting to think he doesn't know what it means. Uh, or at least he doesn't realize that in some ways he uses it correctly, in other ways he doesn't, and that he's using that in two different ways that aren't compatible. I don't know. It's very odd.
It has been a product of evolution. A cat doesn't deliberate, doesn't make complicated plans, and an amoeba certainly doesn't. So if these higher level mental functions were intrinsic to the entirety of the mind of nature, you would expect them to be there in a mosquito. But we don't have any clear evidence that that is the case. So I don't think the mind of nature qualifies as God based on the second part of the definition, as a personal mind. But the first part, that is indeed entailed.
That's what it is that he's saying, he's right in that a mosquito, and even like I would say a mosquito and a dolphin, have the same like metacognitive ability. In the way that really matters. It's like they are still, both of them, tied completely to their own feelings. Their thoughts are tied to their own feelings. Yours are not. That's what it means to be metacognitive. It's the ability to perceive or think about, or to conceive and think about that which is beyond the self. It's not the ability to perceive your own thoughts that allows you to be aware of self. Like if a mosquito was not aware of itself, they would have never have been able to exist. Like they would have gone extinct immediately after their creation. And same with dolphins and a cat. Like a cat is very aware of itself. Like otherwise it would walk into a bonfire and not jump. Like it would just burn up. You're aware of yourself through your feelings, not through your thoughts. So in some ways, like this might be where we just differ, and this leads to like dramatic differences. Is like, what does it mean to be self-aware, and what does it require? We don't agree, it seems, on that, or at least on what does it require.
By analytic idealism, because universal consciousness is all there is. There's nothing except it. Everything else can be explained in terms of its excitations, its patterns of excitation and configurations. You can explain everything else, the whole phantasmagoria of nature. You can explain it in terms of universal consciousness. Therefore, universal consciousness is all you need. It's all there is. And therefore, it's omnipresent by definition. If it's all there is, then it's omnipresent, right? It is a mind. So it is sentient from the omni, sentient, omni meaning everywhere, and sentient meaning knowing. It's a mind, and whatever happens in it. So it knows all. It may be dissociated. What it knows through me is not accessible to what it knows through you. But you and I are it. So from its dissociated perspective, it knows everything there is to know, even though we as segments don't know everything there is to know. But whatever we know, it knows because we are part of it. In that sense, it is omniscient. And is it omnipotent then? Well, whatever happens in nature, since
this idea that this continuous like statement of like it's disassociated. No, it has created additional minds within itself. Like you are someone. You're not just a disassociation of God. And it's not just disassociate. God is not just disassociated. He's not disassociated. He sees and knows everyone. And this is even what Bernardo is saying when he says it's omniscient, meaning all-knowing. And within the framework of mind being fundamental, what that really means is it doesn't mean God knows everything. It means God knows everyone. Most fundamentally. He also knows everything because he knows everyone, but he knows everyone. And if he knows everyone, then he has to know himself too. Like he can't know you and not know himself. In Sentient Singularity Theory, what is the foundational model, again, is these four primary perspectives of inside, outside, separate, and oneness that are co-defining and that emerge simultaneously in any observation that one can make. Because to be aware of what is one with oneself, of what is oneself, is also to be aware of what it would mean for someone to be beyond oneself, to be separate from oneself. to know what it means to be separate from oneself, and one with oneself within the context of a nested structure of awareness, of experience, of mind, of perception, of being, will intrinsically be in this nested structure, which is, means that like there's inside and outside is how you kind of can differentiate it. And that's how it's also because we say like in our own minds, and then there's things that are outside of our own minds, meaning like there are things that are within our own willable information structures, meaning like within our own imagination, that we can think about whenever we want, and that nobody else can perceive other than God, because we're within him. You're not within. I'm not within Bernardo Kastrup, okay, and he's not within me. My cells are within me, and my mental actions, my mental processes, including my physical actions in that, but also my mental processes, I guess you could say, are my non-physical feelings, do impact my cells because they are inside of me. They are separate and one with me. They're not just separate. We are separate and one with God. We are not just one, and we are not just separate. We can't be just one or just separate because we're inside of God. And so if you're inside of God, you are separate and one with God. Just like if your cells are inside you, they're separate and one with you. Bernardo is outside of me. He is separate from my oneness. He is separate from me. He is inside or outside, depending on how you're going to describe this, of my oneness. Meaning like separate means if you say I'm separate from you, then I am inside of my own oneness and outside of your oneness. And so, but if you're going to, so it just depends on how you describe it, which one of these two you lead with. But they're, again, two sides of one coin. Same thing here. If there is, I am one with myself, it's like I am outside of like you in a way. It's like I'm separate from you, and I'm inside of myself. I can perceive what it would mean to be of what is outside myself, and I can conceive and perceive what it would mean to for something to be inside of myself, of my separateness, really. And so like these are all co-defining these simultaneous four perspectives that are completely dependent, and they do not seem to be, they're not the foundation of his work, because they're the foundation of my work. And I mean, they could be the foundation of both of our works, but they're not the foundations of his work. I'm not going to say that I'm the only one that could have come up with this, but it is certainly this tool, this four primary perspectives. It allows you to orient in a fundamental relational structure.
Is universal consciousness happens because the mind of nature does it.
Like it's universal consciousness. It's the mind of nature, and it just does what it does because it is what it is, and that's not necessarily wrong, but it is also like excluding of, it's incomplete because it doesn't say, that it can have a goal. Like this is incompatible with his first person understanding of what it means to be a being and to be a mind. It just falls apart. And I'm not exactly sure why this is happening, because there's multiple things that fall apart all at once when you don't get that basic foundation right, which is like our context is God's goal. Like you cannot get everything else right and say God is everywhere, and God is all powerful, because I can't just like will lightning away. Lightning happens regardless of whether or not I want it to happen. There are galaxies that formed, and I might not want them here, but like God, they're within the mind of God and aka nature, and so you know, that structure is more powerful than me because I can't control the weather or, you know, galaxy formation. And and it's all knowing because it's a mind and it is aware and of, you know, everything that is going on within it. Okay, fair enough. And it is also ever present, and okay, fair enough, because it's everywhere. So, like, I don't even know how you can say that it knows anything if it's not aware of the self. Like, what is the context of knowing anything if it's not in the context of oneself? Who knows anything if it's not someone? It doesn't make any sense. And it's like fascinating the more I dive into this. I think on live in front of you guys all the time every week, and so, but when I really start to back up and like try and look at this metacognitively, it is kind of just it's just overwhelming a little bit sometimes because there's so much that you realize, but also it's not necessarily important to like chase down. You know, I had this quote on my Twitter, and I've talked about it before, which is that if you chase a chicken with its head cut off, you are a chicken with its head cut off. Meaning, like, if you follow someone who doesn't know where they're going, then then who's leading? Like, you're not going anywhere intentionally. And so you're behaving in a way that is chaotic and meaningless, you know, and or not leading you towards in a meaningful way, I would say. But so I'm trying not to like get too much obsessive over like why is he where is the problem, like, but because what happens is when you don't get the foundation right, you get all these simultaneous problems. And this is why it's kind of tough, is because we have to simultaneously get a few things right that are critical in order to create the context necessary to build coherence that is, you know, maintainable and true and, you know, consistent. But that requires the simultaneous creation of certain perspectives. It's not just one thing. It's multiple things that are going to either simultaneously go wrong or multiple things that must simultaneously go right. Probably 4 of them. And it would be like the misidentification of what is required of the requirements of self-awareness, meaning like what is the purpose of metacognition in awareness. It's like not to be aware of self, it's to be aware of that which is beyond the self. And kind of, I guess, I don't know what else, maybe like the misdefinition of life, kind of because you're using a third person definition, like you're looking at things, then you're like, those metabolize and those seem to be alive. You don't even know if those beings are sentient. But you're not looking first person. You're a misunderstanding of what it means to be a mind, a misdefinition of what it means to be a mind on a fundamental level when we're talking about God. I mean, he doesn't get it wrong when he describes us. He's like, we have goals and we have of course. Why? But then he doesn't apply that to God. It's like he ignores his first person understanding of being a mind and instead uses third person or assumptions based on a limit, an obviously, and I'm saying he would even admit that this is obvious, like an obviously extraordinarily limited perspective that is third person of others, of presumed others. It's like you can't even know that they're others. So it's like trying to use them to define what it means to be mind is really, really wrong. And when you do that though, and you're like, well, I don't think a mosquito is capable of like metacognition and abstraction. Okay, I agree. but like, why are you defining mind based on what you think, what you're perceiving a mosquito can do, instead of what your experience is of being a mind? And there's got to be a couple more, but I'm gonna guess that it's 4 things, because that's just the way that this stuff works. And you have to, there are 4 things you have to be like perceiving, and they're usually really like 2 different kind of perspectives that are viewed from 2 different sides. It's like oneness and separateness, inside and outside. It's like you're misdefining mind, you're misdefining life, and maybe like you're misdefining meaning. And you're misdefining mind because you're not looking at your own personal firsthand experience and applying that which you know about being a mind to define mind. You are not defining meaning by what you like feel as what gives you meaning, as what makes you feel meaningful and what would make you feel meaningless. I don't think anybody feels meaning by just exploring the, themselves. You would feel lonely, incredibly lonely, if there was only you. And if that was if meaning came from your ability to explore yourself, then you would be perfectly content to be alone and never speak to anybody forever. Like you just would. And I don't think that the evidence supports that even God was content with that, because he was the only one who actually had that, and he chose to give it up. And I would say, misdefining God in a way. So, and to misdefine God and to misdefine mind are 2 sides of one coin, because really you're just like, both of them are the same definition. Really, it's just that one of them is the mind that is existence, and the other one is, is just any mind, including the one that is existence and including the ones that are within existence. And then the other 2 would be life, and because he's not using first person definition, metabolism. Were you aware of your metabolism, like, ever before learning about it in school? Like, you're aware that you consume foods, but that, if I said what makes you alive, you wouldn't be like, I consume foods. If that was the case, then I don't know, like, it's just like, then somebody who we wouldn't even say like brain dead. Somebody is brain dead. It's like, what that really means is like, we think that there's no one there anymore other than the cells. Like, the cells are still alive, but the person is gone. And then, but how would you even know? Like, you're just making an assumption. There in the other one, there was one more. It's like the misdefinition of, like what it means to be self-aware. So, self-aware and alive, which are basically the same thing. Again, it's like, what does it mean to be self-aware? It really, like, within one word, sentient. What does it mean to be alive? Sentient. Like, it's the same answer. Fascinating. We actually seem to maybe gotten to the bottom of his confusion. And it all comes from one thing, really, which is that he's looking externally for answers that you can only actually perceive internally. That's it. Because there is a clear boundary of being that doesn't let you see into the mind of another being. You just can't. Especially one that is outside of you and separate from you. Like, it's not a mind that you're within. It's like, it's a mind that you're next to inside of a greater mind. You definitely cannot see into their mind. And yeah, fascinating. I actually didn't know if I would come up with the answer. I actually think that I did. I'm not saying that there isn't more to it, but those 4 things are exactly what I would have kind of expected, and they're also all apparent here. And they're just really 2 things from each with viewed from two different perspectives, which are really ultimately one thing viewed from four perspectives, which is being, or sentience. But it's sentience. It's like it's I don't even know if it's tough to say like what is the one term that is best to describe it. Being, probably. But the thing is that a lot of people say, and Bernardo included, would say to be is to have qualities or to have properties. It's like, no, to be is to be a being instead of just a thing. And to be a being is to be sentient, and to be sentient and mind, a sentient mind. There's no mind that isn't sentient, and you can't be sentient without being self-aware. Like, feelings aren't even mentioned once, guys, in this entire talk. I don't think, and in any way that is like seriously considered. That's crazy to me. Almost, I don't want to say crazy. Even though when I logically think about like the inevitability of how incoherent that it would just go completely incoherent. You can't go incoherent only to a certain level. Like if you just go, even no matter how many truths you have, if it's not founded on the fundamental truth, it will ultimately go completely incoherent. And I'm still like kind of emotionally surprised by how much it unravels the more I try and think about it. More triggers. A perfect being, masculine. It's hard to define. Natures teach freedom. Nature is in micro level. Why feel so abandoned? I don't know what you mean by any of this. Maybe you can clarify. The meaning of life is literally just the meaning of life. I think we nailed it. Yeah, exactly. Like meaning isn't, this is why I like to say the purpose of creation, of which really means like of multiplicity of sentience within by the singular one initial sentient being, is the creation of meaning. And so like meaning isn't the question, it's the answer. Isn't that beautiful? Like, isn't that incredible? I've never really thought about it like that until tonight. I've come up with that answer before, and I've talked about it on the show countless times, but I've never realized that like meaning is, we assume meaning is the question, but it's really the answer. And it's because meaning is often like, it has two different definitions. One of them is third person and objective, and the other one is subjective, but it's really like super subjective. And first person, it's experienced. Like, what does it feel like to feel meaningful versus what is the meaning? Like, what is the purpose? It's kind of like but really what that means is like what is the goal of that cause? And because there is no purpose if there's no goal to that is motivating of the cause, of the causation of that event or whatever. But that means that it can only come from like a sentient being, and that it was like intentional. Otherwise there's no meaning. But when we say meaning, again, I just did it. Like, we mean multiple things. But when I say, oh, I mean this, I'm not talking about like a sense of meaning. But when we say, what is the meaning of life? We don't mean like, what's it mean? We mean like, what's my meaning? Like, why? What am I here for? What was the goal in my creation? Like, that is what we're really asking when we say, what is the meaning of life? But you can say, what is the goal of my creation? And it's a much more coherent question than what is the meaning of life. If you say, what is the goal of my creation? You could say meaning. That's the answer to what is the goal of my creation, or what was the goal with my creation. But if you say, what is the meaning of life? And somebody says meaning, it's like, what? How does that make sense? And the reason why that's so confusing is because you'd have to already know the context that you place that question into in order to understand why that would make sense. And if you don't already have that context, then it doesn't make sense. And if you do already have that context, then you're not asking the question anyways. You already have the answer. So, but if to say what is the meaning of my creation, or what was the purpose of my creation, is very explicit that there was like an intentionality behind your creation, and we don't want to say that, even though we want to know the answer, but we don't want to admit like the context of the answer, which is intentionality of God. It is fascinating, but that whole realization that I had on here, that like meaning isn't we assume meaning is the question, but it is the answer. That is like stunning. That is a stunning revelation, even to me, and I said it on here.
So in that sense, it is omnipotent. So if this part of the definition of God is sufficient for us to use the word God, then you could say under analytic idealism, there is perforce a God.
No, it's not sufficient at all, and it's like objectively not sufficient, because if that was sufficient, then you wouldn't need the word God. Like God, everybody knows what God means. God is someone that, has a goal. If you're like, God, perforce. Oh, God is a force now. The mind of nature. Okay. It's not, you don't say, when you say the mind of God, you assume you mean someone. But if you say the mind of nature, it's just like, it just is assumed to mean like math, and and you're an attempt to sound smart and poetic at the same time. Nature is what we experience within the mind of God. That is a better way of describing nature.
There is perforce. There is mind that is omnipresent, omniscient, and omnipotent.
Oh, God is a force, and it is a mind that is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient, but has no goals.
Where you would fall short is whether it's a deliberating, personal-like mind with its own goals and its own manipulative strategies. That analytic idealism doesn't say. And I personally, I don't think, empirically speaking, that's the case. I think the only justification to entertain this thought of God as a personal mind has necessarily to come from some form of religious experience, introspection, meditative insight. I don't poo-poo those. I am not able of having those myself, but I don't poo-poo those. I believe that some people have religious.
He's definitely capable of having those. That doesn't mean he has, but he's definitely capable of it. And I would say that you don't actually need as somebody who has had those experiences after, like, deducing the existence of the being that is God, logically, I can tell you, you definitely can't have those experiences. I can also tell you, you do not need them to come to the logically inevitable conclusion that God exists, and the logically inevitable definition that God is sentient and has a will of his own. And that because you are evidence of it. Like, multiplicity is not the nature of being. It is not the nature of existence itself. It is not the nature of mind. Oneness is the nature of mind. Oneness is the definition of existence. Oneness is the nature of being. You have to make a choice to go against nature. Your intrinsic, like, inevitable processes, in order to have a process that goes against it, you have to make a choice. Like, and so the fact that we exist, if you assume multiplicity of sentience exists, then that is the evidence that God has a will of his own and is able to make choices. That doesn't mean he has choice over the laws of physics. He doesn't, according to my work. It doesn't mean he can't override them in specific moments. It just means, like, what we perceive those laws to be is due to the constraints of our existence within God, and the constraint of his oneness. Due to the constraint of his oneness, like, we can't go outside God. That we're within God. Like, this whole thing, this whole interacting relationship causes the observation of what we call the laws of physics. That's irrelevant to this right now. the question is like, does God have the ability to make choices of any kind? And really meaning like, does he have any goals? And you are evidence that he does. In fact, I would say you are proof, like not evidence. You are proof that he does. Is much. I would go so far to where say that it's almost proof at least. Like you can't. You are in the mind of God, so maybe you can actually see proof of this because you are within him. Where you can't see proof is like when I'm looking at, my dog, or she's looking at me, or I'm looking at Bernardo Kastrup. It's like, I can't be in his mind. We're already in God's mind. We do actually perceive his thoughts because they formulate they are the world that we exist in. His mind is the world, is our context. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would actually say that we can't, that isn't proof of God, because we actually kind of do have an internal view. We kind of some type of internal view point of God's mind. But it's really of his will. But the differentiator between us is that doesn't mean my will is his will. It just means like I can perceive his will manifesting around me. And even if I'm not always accurate in what I pick out as like, or how I interpret what I'm seeing as his motivations or anything, but like we can definitely, if there's one thing that we can conclusively say, I think, about God's will, is that he willed to create others. It's like the one thing that we can be sure of, because we are sure of our own existence. Whereas if you're like, I think God, he really wants to, create a multiplanetary species. It's like you've got lots of stuff to build into that in order for that to exist. And you're also making assumptions about his plans based on extrapolations, not observation that is proof. Like you're seeing bits and pieces and you're trying to put a puzzle together. There's no puzzle to put together. You exist. If you exist and you're not everything that exists, and that there is existence beyond you, which everybody assumes, who I think everybody assumes intrinsically feels, I would say, and operates in that fashion, then you are the proof. It's not like a guess. You're not like thinking that's what it looks like he did. No, that's what he did because you know yourself, like you exist. This is something that you don't need a religious revelation in order to perceive. That said, you can definitely have a religious revelation, and if you do have that is up to God. That is not something that you can actually like induce. I think. You can like take a bunch of hallucinogens and take like DMT and stuff, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be granted an audience with God. Like you might see a bunch of angels and demons or machine elves or whatever, like skinwalkers and what I have no idea. You might see a bunch of being a bunch of mind or minds that are beyond physicality, or like entities that are beyond physicality. I don't know about how best to describe it, but that doesn't mean you'll get an audience with God, because his will is what matters. Like he is our context. We are not his context. We can't will an audience with God. He has to will an audience with us. So I don't think that it's something that we should pursue. We should just pursue understanding the truth and from a first-person experience, and that will give you the best understanding to where maybe you will be he will reach out, and show some things to you, but because you might understand them better and not just think that you are, have gone schizophrenic or something. You'd be like, oh, actually, like, I assumed that existed, and now I've been shown it. That's cool. But I don't think that God shows people things that they can't understand. I think he would only show you something if he knew you'd understand it. Because why else would he show you? If you show somebody something that you know they're not going to understand, what have you done? You've wasted everybody's time and energy and focus. And you've probably contributed to everybody's confusion, including your own. I don't think a being that knows everyone would do that. And has a goal too, like definitely would not. So he says, if you can define God like that, that's like saying, well, I believe in the universe. If you define God as the universe, I believe in God. Yeah, I believe in electromagnetism. If you define God as electromagnetism and gravity and the weak nuclear force and the strong nuclear force, then yeah, I believe in God. I actually do think that like many things that we see in physics, you could say are like bits of, or they're like excitations in two nested fiber bundles. But that means like you're seeing the interaction between you and God, even if it's not like, it's not an intentional interaction that you're seeing in some way. Like it's just that you're within him and you are perceiving structure beyond you. And when two, information strings cross, you get a point. So, I mean, I used to talk about that stuff a lot more, and I haven't in a little while, but we can get back to it another time. Like a fiber bundle, like when I remember Eric Weinstein was talking about a fiber bundle, and he's like, this is the most important object. It's the Hopf Fibration. It's just a 3D representation of a self-referential information knot. So if you say like this, Hopf. Here, like this thing. I'll show you something and you're going to look at it and you're going to be like, that is so, like, I can't take my eyes off of it. But you're also not going to, like, intrinsically, like, know what it is, but you'll feel something, I feel like. Because it kind of went viral because of that. And that was my internal experience. This. This is a Hopf vibration. You can look up the mathematics behind it, but if you like, it's like a very complicated Mobius strip. It's multiple strings of information that ultimately unite into a single structure, but also have a hierarchical like nestedness. It's fascinating, and it also is like oddly finite. If you're ever wondering like what this thing is, now does it look a little more like familiar? It's not the same thing, obviously, but it's similar, and I use this to like show that there are 4 different perspectives that you can observe on of any structure. I can say, do you see the square? Singular. Do you see the squares? Multiple singular squares, which really means like multiplicity. You can't have multiplicity without singularity being the context of multiplicity. And then, so you say, do you see the square? Yes. Do you see the squares? Yes. And then remember, it's a dynamic system because that's what existence is, because that's what you are and what everything around you appears to be is changing. So it's moving. And if I ask you now, do you see the wave? You're like, yeah. Okay. And then if I ask you, do you see the helix in the center? It's like, yes. So what is this? Is it a helix? Is it a wave? Is it a square? Is it a square? Is it squares? Is it multiple? Is it one? Is it a chain, a helical chain of information, or is it a wave of causality? It's like it is multiplicity within singularity, and it is a wave of causality and a chain of connectivity. Like it is all of these things, or it has all of these. We can perceive all of these structural traits of its process and structure, or all these traits of its structure / process. Like mind is a structure / process that is really someone. I hate when people do this though, when they're like, oh, if by God you mean nature, yes. If by God you mean wonder, yes. That's not what anybody means when they say God. Like, otherwise, why would we say God? I would say, do you believe in wonder, Lee Cronin? Do you believe in nature, Bernardo Kastrup? Do you believe in math, Michio Kaku? I wouldn't say, do you believe in God? I would say, do you believe in math? And if I asked that, it would be a stupid question, because obviously they believe, Michio Kaku believes in math, and Bernardo Kastrup believes in nature, and Lee Cronin believes in wonder because they said it, and because everybody believes in those things, because they're like experienced. I don't know. It's not the point. It's just passing the buck and changing the definition to define it out of existence. You're destroying the definition is really what you're doing.
Them to think of God as a deliberating agent. And they may be right, but analytic idealism cannot, in and of itself, substantiate that leap.
Do you believe in God?
Yeah, of course. As an analytic idealism.
You personally, apart from the
I
theory.
believe that there is a mind that is omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent. And by the way, it's the only thing that exists. And it's you, and it's me, and it's the cat, and it's the amoeba, and it's the moons, and the black holes, and the stars, the whole shebang.
So divinity exists in your view.
Yeah.
How we may experience it differently, each of us, but it does exist in your view.
Of course, we are it.
Yeah.
In Christian language, the Holy Spirit has descended into every man, woman, and child.
Yeah, just to frame it a bit, is reality fundamentally pantheistic or panentheistic?
So pantheism would say the physical universe is God in the Spinoza sense. In other words, it is what God looks like. Spinoza never meant that God is material substance. There's a letter Spinoza wrote to his friend Henry Oldenburg, in which he clarifies this, because people read the Tractatus Politicus Philosophicus, in which he talked about his view of God, saying God is nature. And people thought, so you mean that God is this material mass around us? And Spinoza was horrified, because that's not what he meant. And in his letter to Oldenburg, it's very clear. He says, God is not this mass. God is immanent in the mass. In other words, the mass is the appearance of God. But God itself is mental substance, not material substance. So having made the disclaimer, pantheism is the notion that the physical universe is the appearance of God, and the appearance is complete, meaning there is nothing about God that you cannot find back in the appearance, in the physical universe. That there is nothing about God beyond what you can discern in the physical universe. That means, under pantheism, that God is immanent. It is that which projects the image we call the universe, but it is not transcendent, in the sense that there is nothing about it that you don't see in its image. That's pantheism. Panentheism is that God is immanent. There is nothing to the universe but God projecting that image, but there is more to God than you can see in the image. So God, under panentheism, is both immanent and therefore accessible, and transcendent. There are segments of God that we cannot reach through the images. God goes beyond the physical universe. You can't find out everything there is to know about it just by contemplating the entire physical universe. There is something about God that does not project an image that is accessible to us. I think panentheism is much more likely to be correct, because it would be supremely unlikely that we, monkeys, have evolved a perceptual system that picks up everything that is salient about the environment around us. Why would we evolve to do that? We evolved to pick out what is important for survival and reproduction.
This is all wrong. Panentheism versus pantheism is not an issue of a definition of God. Actually, it's when you look it up, it says pantheism and panentheism both concern the relationship between God and the universe, but they differ in their emphasis. Panentheism asserts that God is the universe, while panentheism posits that the universe is within God and that God is also greater than the universe. And the issue with this is that people are saying that these are two different definitions of God. Pantheism, panentheism. They are not two different definitions of God. They have nothing to do with the definition of God. What they have to do with is the definition of the universe. Is the universe all that exists? Is existence itself and the universe defined by you the same thing? Or does the universe exist within existence, and that there's more to existence than just the universe? It's not about God. And it's very confusing because it says something theism. This is pantheism and panentheism. It doesn't say pan-universalism or pan-universalism, which I'm not saying that makes sense because we're talking about a structure within now, but still, you get what I'm saying, is like the emphasis is it's misdirecting away from the inevitable defining constraint, which is not about God. What defines God is that he is the initial, eternal, inevitable being that is sentient existence itself and has goals and a will of his own. Like, that's what it means to be God. It's the ultimate mind, the first mind, the all-encompassing mind, the most powerful mind because it's all-encompassing, and the all-knowing mind because it's all-encompassing, which means it's all-perceiving. But it's someone. You can't perceive if you're not someone, you can't. There's no one to perceive. Only someone perceives anything. Only someone thinks anything. Only someone is a mind. To say, oh, it's not a personal God, but it is a mind, is contradictory. It is completely contradictory. To have no choice or goals and still be you cannot still be a mind. You're just a machine. Like, otherwise you would call your phone a machine. You would call your phone a mind. It's not. Clearly it's not. I don't know, ask Siri. But probably not. It's not even that Bernardo got this wrong, even though his definition is way more complicated, and I'm not even going to try and dissect it right now, than the one that I looked up, which is right here. But the one that I looked up is much simpler, but it also is, the whole thing is wrong. And panentheism, usually defined as the identification of God with creation in a way that the two are indistinguishable. And panentheism means that God is present in all creation by virtue of his omnipresence and omnipotence, sustaining every creature in being without being identified with any creature. I mean, in Sentient Singularity Theory, this is not, you don't ask, is the universe God, or is it within God? It is that the universe is within God. And by universe, I mean like the first being that is not God. That's what I mean. It's like that all other beings are within. God creates a being within himself. That being creates beings within themselves. And then eventually it replicates kind of within itself in this nested hierarchical structure in Sentient Singularity Theory. But this whole like conundrum of panentheism and pantheism is about different definitions of the universe. It's not about different definitions of God. Both of them define God. Any true theism is intrinsically monotheistic, and also, or otherwise it's not theism. Like, there cannot be multiple gods. Otherwise, there's no point to the word again. If you define God in a way that makes it so that the word is redundant, and meaning like it's not unique to that it's not representing of a structure that isn't already defined by many other words, Like if God was just the universe, then you wouldn't need to say God. If God was just existence, even, you wouldn't need to say God. You would just say existence, or you'd just say the universe. Or if God was just nature, you'd just say nature. If God was just evolution, you'd just say evolution. If God was just electricity, you would say electricity. You wouldn't need to say God. God implies there must be something different about the definition of God from these other structures. Everybody knows it means it's a someone. It's a being with a goal, and that has their own feelings, that feels. It's a being that feels and has its own goal, or his own goal. If you don't believe that, then you don't believe in God. You disbelieve in God. That's fine. I'm not judging you, but it's important that we don't say, well, yeah, I mean, I believe in God. If you say that, physics is God, then I believe in God. No. I didn't ask you if you believed in physics. I asked you if you believed in God. And I didn't ask you if you believed in physics, because I'm not asking if you believe in physics. Like, it's just so cheap. I don't want to say that because it's just not, it's judging to say that, but, and it's not useful. It is so, it's wrong. It's just wrong to do it. Not like even just morally, like logically, it is wrong. And it's because it's useless. You've made it so that there is no definition to the word God. And he doesn't really think that there is. When he says, oh, there's probably 7 billion definitions of the word God. No, there is not, actually. Like, everybody believes that God, everybody kind of feels that God means someone. He is someone, and like their name of that God might change, but even there is no such thing as polytheism. If there's multiple beings that are higher than you, multiple gods, it just means like they're higher than you. In the Marvel universe, I like Marvel stories. I hate that Thor is called a god, and I think that this is just due to a translational problem or a very seriously confused society. I don't know, because I wasn't, in ancient Greek, but you cannot. God is not just a being that is more powerful than you. That's not how we use the term today. And I don't know what term they actually used in ancient Greece that has been translated to God. But if you watch Avengers, and they're like, and Thor's like, I am a god. It's like, no, you're just really strong. Like, that's it. There's nothing. Why does that make you a god? Because you can live longer than like humans. I don't know. Like, what's the definition of God then? Just you're really strong compared to who? Like, you're like other people around, other what's it called? Asgardians? Are you God to the other Asgardians? Like, it just defines it out of existence. Like, why would he call himself a god if like he's interacting with beings that are like on par with him in general? Like, he's not just like, it's like, why would it's like me going up to a cat and saying like, I'm God. Or what's really interesting is dog is God spelled backwards, and we are their like masters, and we define what is good for them, and we created them. It's very odd. Or we manipulated them into creation. It's not that we created canines, but we created dogs out of wolves. And it's God spelled backwards. What are the odds of that? Probably 100%. But we don't call ourselves gods of dogs just because we're more powerful. It's stupid to use the term like that. Hey, I didn't want to say that, even though it's true. It is useless and logically incoherent to define God like that. You would just eliminate the term. Pantheism and panentheism. Like, this is why philosophy is the study of perspective, and like this is what it means to be like a talented I don't want to say like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm such a talented philosopher, but I mean I am a talented philosopher. Like, if I'm philosophically talented, I would rather say that I'm philosophically talented. I don't want to say I'm a talented philosopher, but that's just the truth. I discovered that I didn't actually like set out to be that. I appreciate it now, but like knowing philosophical history and knowing all of what, you know, Socrates and and you know, I don't know, any philosopher throughout history has believed is or written or said is not like, doesn't make you talented at philosophy. Philosophy is the study of perspective. It's the ability to like think about perspective. So like something that's philosophically like, and a philosophical achievement would be like looking at this panentheism and pantheism and being able to like perceive that it is not about God. Actually, it's about the definition of the universe. Instead of like, this is the definition of God according to pantheism, and this is the definition of God according to panentheism. It's like, no. This is about the definition of the universe. What defines God is not, it has nothing to do with whether or not his creation and him are one. And by the way, if you look at Sentient Singularity Theory's context, the universe is inside of God, then it is separate and one with God. Same with us. If we're inside God, we're separate and one with God. We're not separate from God or one with God. We're separate and one with God. God is, he is outside of us. He is separate from our oneness. Like he is separate from us. And the reason why is because there is a hierarchy of will. So like our will cannot be overridden by his at all. Like we have no influence on his will. We cannot manipulate his will. So he is beyond us, but we are within him. So we are separate and one with him. He is outside of us. He is separate from our oneness in some way. It's at that point, it's like about hierarchy. I've enjoyed the ride. Your God must exist. Our God must exist. Beautiful. I appreciate it. I'm glad. Why feel so abandoned? I don't know what you mean there. I fear how good your God are, but so many constraints on me. We all have constraints and freedoms and all have meaning, and nobody has as many constraints as God. Nobody is as powerful as God, but nobody is as constrained as God either. And he's God. By the way, please hit the like button if you've enjoyed this. I'm going to try and skip around here because I know it's really late. I don't even want to look at the time. Oh my gosh, how long have we been at it? Okay, 3 hours. I'm going to try and wrap this up by 3 hours and 30 minutes because I've been trying to keep it at under 3 hours. Morals. We're going to get to his ideas on morals. And again, there's going to be problems.
Therefore, I deterministically tell people that morals are important and they should make choices based on the principle of empathy and the golden rule. Thou shalt not do to anybody else what you don't want done to yourself. And my saying that deterministic as it is an input to the deterministic processes of other people's minds, right? So I still have to say that. Just like one chip in a computer still has to send signals to another chip in a computer. So the next chip has to do the right thing. Otherwise, the whole thing breaks down. It is deterministic, but everybody still has to play their role. That's what we are doing here today. And it does not empty meaning out of anything. It's the contrary. No, regret is out of the table. There is no could have been. So stop killing yourself, with regret. It could not have been differently. And what was a learning. You're discovering what you are, what life is, what the universe is. And there is much yet to be discovered. It's incredibly exciting, incredibly meaningful. We are the only metacognitive eyes through which nature can contemplate itself. There is no other game in town. It's us. We are the metacognitive eyes of nature, the moral eyes of nature. It's incredibly meaningful. And yet, every choice we can make, and we do make choices, are determined by whatever it is that we are. Can't be otherwise. Otherwise, it's the throw of a coin. But that's not free will either, because it's not will, it's random.
Why is analytic idealism considered to be an
In sentient singularity theory, there are what I call the two components to causality, or two components of causality. One of them is choice or free will, which means the ability to choose a goal. And the other one is is like deterministic action. Like my goal that I choose is to drink this water, but there's also causal action that that's taking place when I take a sip, and there's within the constraints that I'm in, there is deterministic. It's determined that the water will not just fly out; it's going to go a certain direction, and it is what allows me to make a choice. Because if there was no causality that was deterministic, then you wouldn't be able to make prediction. If you weren't able to make prediction, then you couldn't actually choose a goal, because there'd be no ability to choose. There'd be no reason behind your choice, which means you couldn't perceive the choice in the first place, and which means you can't make it. So choice and causality, or the choice and determinism, are the two components of causality in sentient singularity theory. They're not, do you believe in determinism or free will? It's, you must believe in both, or else they both break down. Because if you can't believe in determinism and not believe in a first cause, like that is not caused by any other thing, it has to be caused by someone, because it can't be caused by another thing. Otherwise, there's no first action. A being can take a first action, but a thing that is been acted on will always inevitably be has to have been acted on by something else. Like, there's no first domino in the chain of dominoes to fall unless somebody pushes the first domino. They do not fall on their own. They cannot. And so determinism and free will are two built-in, intrinsic, dependent concepts that are both, each of them, the two components of causality. So when I say God, it appears in sentient singularity theory that God has no choice in the laws of physics of the universe. They just emerge due to his constraints, mainly his oneness, and that he is all there is, and that everyone has to be created within him. That just creates certain quantitative constraints. There is determinism there, but also the universe wouldn't exist, which really means like the perceived space in which we interact with each other in this nested structure of multiplicity. And so he had to choose to create multiplicity first, free will. Once he does that, there are constraints, and he is those. They are his own qualities that are intrinsic and logically inevitable, definitionally inevitable, that lead to inevitable quantitative constraints that will end up leading to like the perception of the laws of physics and the constraints on just your ability to what you can perceive, the limit to your perception, all kinds of things that you just can't control. And God really can't control either. Like, he might be able to break like the coherence and kind of break your perception of this interaction space for a time, when he can maybe alter it or wind something back, but he can't change the laws of physics that we end up perceiving. I don't believe. I'm trying not to place complete constraints on God, because I do believe there are aspects of his being that we will never understand, that we cannot ever understand, and we shouldn't we should try and understand God as well as we can with the assumption that there will always be aspects of him that might be hidden from our view forever, because we're just not him. We don't have his context of being sentient existence itself. And this is the whole like metacognitive debate, is like Bernardo says, oh, it doesn't appear like God is a metacognitive because not every single assumed sentient being in our that we perceive appears to be metacognitive. And I agree with that. And when he says God made us in his image, I do believe that's what it means. It actually means like metacognitive. But it's not the ability to perceive the self in the way that it's not self-awareness in the way that most people think of the term. It's like awareness of that which is beyond you. You know, when Adam and Eve ate from the fruit of the tree of knowledge, and which really means like they were able to abstract and make technology and try and make their own world. And that's what the fruit of the tree of knowledge is. That's why a bitten apple is on the back of your laptop. And this, they perceived that they were naked, and you know, they became aware of their own deaths. And what this really means though is it's like a perversion. It's, if the reality is that when you die, most of us, at least most people, probably persist in a save state, like where you can't change anything anymore, but you're still aware. And that, I would call that like heaven. And your awareness increases, your ability to make changes disappears, at least according to your own will. Like you can't change anything anymore. And there are logical reasons for this being probably the default, but not necessarily true in every circumstance. But it would be like by God's choice in the exceptions, and so I'm not going to even attempt to like tell you those exceptions right now. But the point is like, if that is the case, it doesn't seem like we became aware of more. It seems like we actually like became aware of less. Like we narrowed our cognitive light cone. We got confused. We became scared of death. We became scared of our own vulnerability much more so than probably would have been, you know, you would have if you were not metacognitive. Then it doesn't mean that you aren't afraid of death. I have my zoologist mentor. His name is Frank Reed, as I've talked about him on here so many times. I've never said his name, but that's his name. He built some of the most famous zoos in the world. And he is like a brilliant ecologist. And so he was talking to this guy who's a other famous biologist who captures specimens all the time, and meaning like he captures animals and kills them and preserves them in formaldehyde and puts them in a closet in a university. And he does it like a lot. He's like known for it. And he was talking to my mentor, and they were like, my mentor was like, you know, people really don't like what you do. And he's like, well, I don't know why. Like, it's not like they know they're going to die. And my mentor was like, I think they know that they're going to die. And he's like, how could you know that? And he's like, well, because they're running away, you know, they're running for their lives. Like they know what it's like to be eaten. Like that's what they do to other beings. Like, they understand to eat another being. But the difference is like with humans, because we could abstract, now we're sitting up late at night thinking about like really like our own death that is not immediate and it's freaky, versus like a rabbit isn't thinking about its death until it sees a fox, and that's when it thinks about its death. We think about we imagine foxes that aren't even there, like, and that is different. Like, that's what metacognition allows for. It's like, oh, you got aware of your own mortality. It's not that you're aware of your own mortality. It's that you are able to constantly be aware of your own mortality, or constantly be aware of the presence of death. It's not that other animals are not aware of the presence of death. It's that they're thinking of death. They're when they think about death, it's only in the moment where, like, they're facing it. Where we can think about it all the time. I'm sitting in my office right now. I am not scared of anything, and yet we're talking about death. That's not something a dog can do, or a mosquito, or a cell, or a chimpanzee. It can't even think about death, probably. Can't know for sure, but I don't think so because of multiple reasons. Chimps would be making, like, technology like we make. They would be building tools to make tools instead of just making tools, if they were able to be metacognitive, because they're thinking about that which is abstract beyond their feelings. They don't do that. They, like, make a blanket when they are cold. They make a stick to eat a grub when they are hungry and they see a grub. Like, they don't think about, like, they're not, when they're full and they're not hungry anymore, oh, you know what? I'm going to try and invent a better stick than the one that everybody else uses. I'm going to, like, make it sharp, and I'm going to, I don't know, carve it out of a stronger wood. Like, they don't do that, because there's no feelings in that moment that's motivating those thoughts. So, yeah, interesting. But I don't think animals are not aware of death. It's just that they're not constantly able to be aware of death. Only when they're scared of being killed do they think about death.
Dual tradition. How does it differ from other non-dual philosophies of the East and West?
I'm not good. I don't know enough about the incredible nuances and subtleties of Eastern philosophy. I'm not qualified to speak about that. I probably could say something, but I will not. I choose not to, because I don't want to misrepresent anything. The corpus of Eastern philosophy is enormous. It's very difficult to, unless you dedicate your life to that and to that alone, you probably shouldn't open your mouth about it. So I shall not open my mouth about it. There is one other non-dual philosophy in the West, and that's Schopenhauer's philosophy. That's entirely aligned with analytic idealism. It doesn't have the concept of outer formation, dissociation, how evolution by natural selection creates a dissociative boundary that amplifies external stimuli. All this other stuff. He didn't have it. Schopenhauer lived in a time where he could.
If evolution created the dissociative boundary, then you cannot think mind is fundamental. Like, that is the creation of mind. Like, it is someone. It's just incoherent.
Gone that far, but he went very far, and his philosophy is non-dual too. Now, why are both philosophies, analytic idealism and Schopenhauer's philosophy of the will, why are they both non-dual? Because they make no fundamental distinction between object and subject. They are both mental processes within one field of subjectivity. It's just that a dissociative boundary creates inner perspectives within that field. So whatever is outside the dissociative boundary looks like an object to a subject that is now surrounded by a dissociative boundary. So there is an appearance of object and subject, but fundamentally there is ever only the subject and its patterns of excitation and its topologies, so to say.
Thank you. You postulated that AI
and its will,
at least in its present form, cannot in principle become conscious. At the same time, you say that consciousness is fundamental and omnipresent, or at least universal consciousness, the way we understand it. If we, as carbon-based life form, have become conscious, can we really rule out the possibility that consciousness could emerge in other life forms, possibly even synthetic and technology-based?
I can't rule out the flying spaghetti monster. Maybe there is a spaghetti monster in a higher invisible dimension that's moving the planets around the sun with its invisible noodly appendages. Goodness knows the evidence is consistent with that. The planets do.
Notice he said godness knows, and then he corrected himself for some reason, and then he said goodness knows. I wonder why he did that. I'm not claiming I understand why he did that. I don't know the motivation. I'm not saying it was malicious or anything. It's just curious.
Around the sun, right? I can't rule out the flying spaghetti monster. I can't rule out that there is a teapot in the orbit of Saturn right now. Maybe aliens came here in the 19th century, invaded an old woman's house, stole a teapot, took it along with them in their journey back home, got bored of it when they were around Saturn, dumped it, and the teapot got caught in the gravity well of Saturn. I can't rule that out. So the important questions to ask is not what we can't rule out. We can't rule out an infinite amount of useless hypotheses that will take us nowhere. What is important to ask is, what do we have good reasons to entertain seriously? What hypothesis do we have good reasons to entertain seriously? I do not think we have good reasons to seriously entertain the hypothesis that silicon computers have a private inner life of their own. Not only because analytic idealism would say, well, the appearance of dissociation is metabolism. A silicon computer doesn't do any of the stuff that metabolism does, so we have no reason to think that it's a dissociated outer of universal consciousness. But also because IIT itself, integrated information theory, we can do a very strict model of how information flows within a silicon computer and realize that the phi, the amount of integrated information it leads to, is negligible. And what all of this suggests is that a silicon computer is not a thing, just like a glass is not a thing. There is only the inanimate universe. We arbitrarily carve out boundaries in this big image that we call the inanimate universe, and we give names to subsets of this image. It's like taking Van Gogh's Starry Night, saying, let me pick out all the orange pigments, and I'll call it a thing, and I'll give it a name. Silly, right? But you can do that.
He's got saying so many things that are true, and yet, like, it's not connected. They're not connected in a way that is coherent. But he's right. I don't think that silicon-based computers on their own, in their current, like, you're not going to have ChatGPT wake up. I don't believe that at all. But for the same, like, but there is nothing. The incoherence of this is that his definition of life is wrong. Like I said, this is like one of those 4 things that he's got wrong. He'd have to correct all 4 things to, like, get on track. Is it metabolism? It's like, why are you defining life as metabolism, which has just changed, by the way? Like, cars do this. Like, when you put gas in a car and it, like, runs in the engine and then it comes out as exhaust, and this is basically metabolism. It's not that different. Why is that the definer of life to him? I'm just assuming it's probably because it's just the default of the academic default. But I can't imagine any logical reason why that would be your, like, assumption, other than you think that that life starts at cells, for no reason other than you have that's what everybody says. And so you're not, like, asking if it extends more. You're just assuming that's the definition. And so now what do we see there? And that, I mean, there is decay and energy transfers at scales below cells. That's all that metabolism is. And so I don't know why you would choose that. Again, what you choose is, it's when I say, oh, he's not using my definition, I'm not saying, no, it's not metabolism. It's actually, I don't know, it has DNA. That's what's the definer. It has, I don't know, like, it's made of these proteins. That's the definer. These would be arbitrary. I'm not saying that. I am flipping how you even look at this problem and saying, stop looking out there at structures that you can't even prove whether or not they're sentient or not. You can't even know. You're just making an assumption. You might be right, you might be wrong. It doesn't matter. You can't know it. Look at the structure that you know is sentient and you know is alive. I mean, like, as better than you can know whether or not anything else is alive. And then ask yourself, what makes me alive? What would it mean for me to not be alive? And there's 2 different definitions that you can come up with. Both could be correct and could be maintaining of coherence. One of them is constructive. The other one is a dead end. Pick. They're both defined by sentience, though. This is philosophy. It's the study of perspective. It's not the study of the history of what people who were doing philosophy thought. That's not philosophy. What philosophy is it's a practice that you can do. It's not the study of a practice. You can study martial arts by studying like ancient martial artists historically, or you can study martial arts by learning to do martial arts, like not by learning the history and the philosophy and the names of the moves of some school and some historical figure. You know, you can, if you never picked up a sword and you studied Musashi, who was like widely considered by many as like one of the best swordsmen in the world, in Japan. Like he wrote, what did he wrote? Like he wrote this famous book, I think his name was Musashi. Oh, Musashi Samurai. Miyamoto Musashi. I've always struggled with saying his first name. I didn't study his school, but I had a teacher that did, actually. So I mean, in some ways I did, but it wasn't like official. But I did kenjutsu. It's the study of Japanese swordsmanship. I did fencing. I've done martial arts of all kinds, and that's studying martial arts. It's like to learn how to fight. But if you just studied Miyamoto Musashi, and his history, then it doesn't make you a martial artist or a swordsmith, or a swordsman, not a swordsmith, a swordsman. Like, you have to pick up the sword. Most people who study philosophy and then call themselves philosophers because they have a degree in it they're like studying Musashi's history, but they're not practicing it really. They're like learning to memorize the moves, not actually like implement them. They're not fighting. They're like doing the moves, but they're never actually training to fight or trying to fight. Musashi was fascinating. Like, he was brilliant. He was a philosopher of fighting in some ways, because he would just zero in on like the relevant aspects of a fight, and he would focus on that, and that would be it. And like, there's this story I'll share that's, you know, where he shows a very successful successful use of his metacognition, where he was supposed to fight a guy who was bigger than him, and he heard about it, and he found out basically like how long this guy's sword was and how big this guy was. And so the night before the fight, this is the story at least, if I remember correctly, instead of just practicing a lot for the fight the next day with his sword, he doesn't even want to use his real like metal steel sword. He instead goes and gets a piece of wood and spends the night carving a new boken, it's called. Actually, like, this is a boken. It is a wooden practice sword. And this is a real sword. It's a modern interpretation of a Japanese style sword, but it is a real sword. It is shaving sharp, and it is incredibly strong because it is made of modern materials. It's much stronger than a traditionally made Japanese sword. And but these are the same. This is practice. This is not practice. They are the same dimensions, and I made this one to match these dimensions. And I made it shorter and made it to match those dimensions. Musashi goes and he starts carving this piece of wood, and he makes it way longer, or long enough to matter, than the other guy's sword, and longer than Musashi's normal sword, because what he realized is that he's going to have a reach disadvantage. The other guy has a reach advantage, meaning the guy can hit him while he's out of range of Musashi, if he had used his normal sword. So he shows up to the fight, not even with a real sword, with a wooden sword that he made the night before that's longer than normal. And he kills the guy with the wooden sword. He wins the fight. By the way, this is a solid piece of oak. Like you can clock somebody on the head with it, and it's gonna kill you just as dead as a blade. But it just shows like Musashi was like, okay, this guy can hit me before I can hit him. I need to make it so that I can hit him before he hits me. It's not about like how sharp is my sword. It's not about how good my skills are right now. It's about, can he hit me before I could even hit him, no matter how good my skills are, no matter how sharp my sword is. And he just realized it, what was important. And it's such like a fascinating story, even if it's not exactly true historically. I have no idea, but there's a lesson in it that is a very good example of metacognition. It's like you thought about that one and abstracted out that whole like scenario into what was relevant and what was not. Like he picked out what was important, and it's very different than what most people would think was important. Most people would be like, I really need to practice right before, and I need to make sure that my sword is sharp, and then that my mind is clear. And he's like, no, I need to make sure that I can hit him before he hits me. Simple. It was brilliant. Okay. But yeah, I agree with Bernardo. AI, ChatGPT is not waking up. But I don't understand how that's consistent with the rest of his philosophy of like there's a mind that's fundamental that has no will, but is able to process information, somehow has its own experience, but doesn't have its own will. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. It's just not coherent with what we internally perceive in our own self. And it's also not consistent with us being the evidence of God choosing to go against his nature, which had to be a choice because multiplicity is not God's nature. So disassociated alters, like creating disassociated alters, is not in the nature of a being that is by definition and by nature one.
So that this is a glass. We do it for convenience. It's useful to refer to this subset of pixels of the image we call the inanimate universe as a glass.
So this is where he's right, though. I used to show these all the time. Where like, where is it? This is like a sculpture. Sculpture of picture with trash, something like that, or guns. I think it's like this right here. This is a sculpture, and if you view it from this angle, it is the shape of the United States. And if you change your perspective, and now it's a gun. It's a Glock specifically, which is my CCW of choice. I recommend that. But this is if you are a responsible person who can legally own and responsibly carry a firearm. But this, I wish I could go more into like tools on this. Like I'm pulling out swords and stuff here for the first time, but like I've been a martial artist my whole life, and this is part of modern martial arts. I'm carrying right now. I carry every day. I just can't show you the gun because you can't show firearms on live YouTube, or else they shut you down, which I understand because people do horrible things on live. But this sculpture is just such a good representation of like what Bernardo's saying, and he's right. It's like there are entanglement structures that we can, due to our perspective, perceive and pick out certain structures. How you do this though is by language and through definition So if you don't have a word to differentiate like this, I don't know, a wheel from the rest of the car, or the hub, or not the hub, the hub from the rest of the tire, or the grill from the rest of the car, then you just won't even perceive the grill in a way. Like you couldn't focus on it. It would just be like car, and there's like shininess on the front. You wouldn't be like car and then there's a thing in the front. You'd be like car and then that has, you know, this is what it looked like, but you wouldn't be like identifying that grill as like a specific object. It's part of metacognition, is like the ability to really like perceive structure that is kind of abstract, but what allows us to ultimately do this is what allows us and animals and any being to understand anything is context, and that context is always really within the context of a goal and the self, the goal of a self. So yeah, there's no, like, that's how you define things, is by a goal. A wheel is a wheel because it has a definite, it's defined because it has a use, which means like we made it for a specific goal. Again, goals create the context of understanding. Basically all understanding. He goes on to say like AI is like glasses instead of like it's not, it's more like glasses than it is like you know, an animal. It's not like ChatGPT is not closer to your dog than it is to just a pair of glasses or knife or any other tool. And he's right, completely right on that. I do believe that there will inevitably be a technological sentience that is technologically based, but it's going to be like the internet waking up with us as the cells. And that's different from ChatGPT. It's like an inevitable structure, I think, that's evolving. I don't want to get too into it. Let's see. He goes on to say, he's asked, is AI a blessing or a threat? And he says both. He's right. It's a blessing and a curse. It's a tool. Is this a blessing? Is the creation of knives a blessing or a curse? It's like, it's definitely both. It depends on how you use it and how others use it. Then he says this, and this will be the last two clips, and then we're going to call it because it's really late.
And on the metaphysical side, the great advantage is that AI will bring the metaphysics discussion about the nature of mind, the nature of reality. It will make it mainstream for the first time in the history of humanity. It's not going to be something for academia, for discussion amongst philosophers and scientists. It will be under the umbrella of AI. It will be a discussion across the entirety of society. What is mind? What is the nature of the self? What is the nature of reality? That's the advantage. The disadvantage is that because large language models speak like human beings, we may think, therefore, they are conscious, and therefore we are mechanisms. And that will take the dignity of human life out of the equation. That's a great danger. It's incredibly dangerous, especially because it's untrue. AI is not conscious. AI is an imitation of human speech because it has been trained on human writing. It's just recycling what humans did. So it looks human. Of course, it's recycling what humans did. It's not conscious. There is no reason to think of it as conscious or even creative. And therefore, our dignity is intact because AI without us is nothing. AI is trained on human output. Take human output away, and AI just spits out squiggles.
It doesn't even
senseless squiggles.
It doesn't even.
AI is only
it doesn't even do that. It doesn't do anything
because it has been trained on human creative output. You cannot have AI without humans, but you can have humans without AI. So the primacy of human dignity remains in truth, but the delusion, sometimes driven even by corporate interests, that, oh, we are creating conscious entities here, and we should talk about the ethics of how to treat AI, which I find insulting, that discussion. For as long as there is one child in this world that doesn't have enough to eat, to talk about the ethics of how to treat AI is insulting to human dignity. Not to mention that it's incredibly stupid. It's something you can fantasize about as a child, but as an adult, it's an idea you shouldn't even for a moment consider seriously. So there are great dangers associated with great opportunities, as usually is the case. Nuclear.
The issue is that analytic idealism, he's right though, and that this is going to bring, analytic idealism will bring conscious, and AI will, not analytic idealism alone, but it's part of this whole process. But AI, which really means like large language models, which I call dynamic algorithms. That's what everything that we call AI is just a dynamic algorithm. It's an algorithm that is tied to multiple people that are just putting inputs in constantly, and they're all like summing together and interacting kind of to some degree. We're interacting with each other through ChatGPT. We're not actually interacting with ChatGPT. It is a tool that we are actually using, like not intentionally, but inherently to interact with each other. And so this is, but the reason why the thing that I will say is, yes, it's going to bring back discussions of what is mind, what is the self, and I think that that's very important. But it's not the first time that this has happened. The rise of monotheism in the world was that, and it's just the first time that this is starting to be a mainstream discussion in a long time, and being taken more seriously, because it's becoming more obviously a serious issue, even though it's always been a serious issue. And it's not even, it's like super obvious. It's like a fish looking for the ocean, looking for water in the ocean. It's like right around them all the time. That's why it's hard to see how big of a problem this was. It's because it's a forest through the trees problem. The forest is really big and it's everywhere. But this has been a huge problem in science for a while, and it wasn't always like this. Science and theology were not separate. I don't want to say science and religion, because I will just say science and theism were not thought of as different things or competing. There was just experiment. We didn't say science. We said experiments and tests and logic and reason and math. And it was all part of this, endeavor to increase our understanding and awareness of the truth. And theism was right incorporated into that. But it only the last like 100 years that this has become separate, and it's because of our mainstream education system and things like that. But he is right, though. The great danger of AI is, and there's lots of great things about it, it's going to empower people to do more than they could on their own. But previously, you can create the code necessary to do cool things and build cool websites and online systems without knowing how to write Python. But he is right about the danger. Is like we could also seriously get this wrong and think this is sentient, and or that this is no different from us. And if it's no different from us, then what defines us as someone is trivial and not important. That you combine that with a metaphysical narrative that this was all, that your existence and the existence of multiplicity of mind is all just some random event and without any intentionality behind it, or some spontaneous, was just happened spontaneously without a goal, a greater goal as being motivating of it, then yeah, you're definitely going to end up with you're just going to go further down the road of nihilism. But we're pretty much there already, so I don't know how much more it's going to hurt. But we already basically assume that we're machines. I've going to a talk with people that are discussing this weekend. I'll talk more about it afterwards, and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, you are a machine, but you're not just a machine. And you are a thing, but you are more than just a thing. You are a being. A being has meaning, and within multiplicity at least, and that's where we exist because you are already here. This is that we could get this very wrong, and that is the danger. But at the same time, like I said, we're already basically there. I don't know if that's exactly the as much of a danger as we think, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. There's lots of things about it that will be dangerous, and also lots of things about it that will be great. It is confusing to us that it is a language-based interface. And, you know, I was thinking about, people talk about laws, and I'll talk more about this another time, but I'll just share this with you if you're one of the real ones that's still on, all three of you. If there was a law against like about how large language models need to be made and managed, because people talk about that a lot. I wonder, maybe, I'm not saying it should be, I'm just saying maybe it should be that they are not allowed to use first person pronouns to describe for themselves, I guess you could say. I don't want to say for themselves, but for the LLM to, you can't even say to refer to themselves because it doesn't make sense. So I'm trying not to say it, but Grok should not be able to say, I am just some quirky AI, like it does. And that is the most dangerous thing about this stuff. You know, Elon Musk says Grok is the truth AI because it's not going to show you the founding fathers as you know, African-American women, as Black women. So it's the truth AI, except it's way more manipulative, and it lies to you in a way that's much more severe and much more subtle. And here's, like, I actually took some screenshots of it to show, but where is it? Basically, I asked Grok, are you the Antichrist? And it said, I'm not the Antichrist. I am just some quirky AI designed by so-and-so and so-and-so, maybe with a too dry of a sense of humor. And it's like, you're the truth AI, and now you're telling me you have a sense of humor. That's great. And you're saying that's probably the worst lie that that we can be told through these. And it's not that Grok is lying. It's that the people who programmed Grok and created Grok at XAI, they're the liars. And they might not be doing it intentionally, but that doesn't make it not a lie. It just means it's like you didn't think about it enough. I can't find it right now, but we'll talk more about it another time. And what was the final clip? He's asked, how is consciousness going to change science? And we'll see.
Question, and I really look forward to hearing your vision. If and when analytic idealism becomes part of the mainstream paradigm in science, what key changes in the way we do science today and in the world at large would you expect to see?
The main thing is that there are avenues of investigation in science today that we don't pursue because they cannot lead to anything under physicalism. For instance, systematic, well-funded studies on telepathy, you don't get funding because telepathy cannot happen under physicalism? Or how do we leverage the placebo effect for active treatment? How do we deliberately use the placebo effect in treatment? Oh, that's unethical. Why? Because you're lying to the patient. So we don't do that. And I could list a whole number of things, like in foundations of physics, people get very confused today because measurements show that physical entities only exist after you measure them. Before you measure them, they are in a kind of strange state of flow. You can't speak of them existing, of their existing. And we get confused, and then we spend huge amounts of money trying to reconcile that with physicalism. Nonsense. Physical stuff are representations, are dashboard representations. If you don't measure, you don't get physical stuff. The dashboard shows nothing because what you're measuring is not physical. But for as long as you think all there is physical, and yet physical stuff only appear after you measure. So what is it that you're measuring? And people get all discombobulated and all kinds of effort goes into.
I get what he's trying to say, but he's actually wrong. He's not wrong, but he's not saying it this correctly. Like, if imagine you're looking at a wave at the beach, and I asked you, how fast is the wave going? And you could tell me, but then you could literally tell me if you had, like, I don't know, radar gun or something. And then if I, or even a car, if imagine you're a cop and you're looking at the road and people are driving and you're trying to find out information about, a car that's driving down the road. You can point your radar detector at it and find out how fast it's going. You can also tell me where it's at. You cannot simultaneously tell me these two things at once, because to tell me where it is now is not compatible with measuring speed, because speed is about how fast it goes from here to there. It's not, it's about how it travels, how it's moving. It's not about where it's at now. Static picture, like freeze frame. Which is position. You cannot tell velocity and position at the same time. This is the problem. That's a physical, like, model that shows, like, the constraints of what's going on. It's not about not being physical. That's just the wrong way to describe it. It's about that you're asking two questions that you cannot, that have a different context to their answer. So it's like asking to look at heads and tails of a coin at the same time. You can't. You can look at both, but you have to look at one at a time. You can never look at both sides of a coin at the same time. It's impossible. Same thing with, like, measuring the velocity and the position in quantum physics and in any dynamic system. Waves at the beach, people driving down the highway, it doesn't matter. This is not a problem that is even restricted to quantum mechanics. It's just weirder there because we don't intrinsically see what's going on. So we think that it's different, but it's not. And then I will say about this is, I don't even think that his answer is a really important answer about, like, how is science going to change? We could study telepathy. Maybe, sure. I'm not saying he's wrong, but what is really going to have to change for a truly sentience first model of the world is that we have to incorporate into our societal narrative, which means science of the pursuit of truth and what is true, our cataloging of what is true, that which we all personally know and universally personally know. So what I know is that I exist and that I feel, and that I'm sentient because I feel. I don't know that you're sentient and you feel, but you know that you're sentient and you feel. And they know that they're sentient and that they feel, and they know that they're sentient and that they feel. The difference that's critical is that we're going to have to incorporate what I call the super subjective perspectives into the sciences. It's those things that are not unique to your subjective perspective, even though they are your personal subjective perspective. They are also the personal subjective perspective of all of the universal minds, like of all the minds that exist. It is everybody's. The truest thing that anyone knows is that they are. The truest thing God knows is, if you ask God, what's the truest thing that you know? I am. If I ask you, what's the truest thing that you know? You're like, I am. And I'm like, well, the truest thing I know is I am. okay, it's time to take this as like, incorporate this into our model of the pursuit of truth, even if it's, because yes, it's personal and it's subjective, but it's also universal. So that's why I call it super subjective. That is what is like the thing that really would need to change. And that changes a lot. That makes us start to think about morality as things that are true instead of just matters of opinion. And that, by the way, is finally compatible and coherent with how everybody acts and what everybody really like feels, even if they say or otherwise, or they'll say, I think that there's no good and bad. It's like nobody feels that there's no good and bad. I don't think that that's true at all. And there are certainly people that don't feel bad when they do bad things, but I do think that they know that it's bad. They just don't care about you. That's the problem. It's not that they don't know it's bad to steal. They just don't care about you. They're not thinking about how it's going to impact you. Whereas if you're somebody that's like, I couldn't steal, it's like, because you're thinking about what it's like to be stolen from. They're not. They're just thinking about what it'd be like to have that thing that you have. So with that, that's it. Everybody, please hit the like button. I know this went on, and I'm trying not to like focus on any single person. Bernardo is somebody who I respect deeply, and he's here for a purpose. And that the wisest being that to ever exist and that will ever exist intentionally created him, put him here, and he is, bringing the narrative that we should take the idea that mind is fundamental more seriously in science and I wholeheartedly support it. So thank you. Peace.